in the main, their submissions coalesced around two pillars or themes: your social justice one, around issues of gender equity, of social inclusion, on equity, on language, of institutional culture, on culture change. Other institutions were looking at issues of values, symbols, and spaces. Some were looking on issues of disability, employment equity, staff transformation systems, strategies and policies, gender-based violence, harassment, LGBTQIA+, issues of advocacy on BEE. And on the other hand, also around what we have calling as the innovations. Some were really quite actually working on issues of the scholarship of transformation, others on issues around curriculum development, curriculum integration, issues of training mediators, in various aspects of transformation work. Some had researchers in their spaces. Others were conducting online anti-discrimination training programs. Trans protocols have been actually developed, ethics, and also an online reporting tool were some of those. The next slide then, colleagues, does really indicate, that some of our universities do have offices dealing with transformation. But I also would like to underscore the significance of this actually slide, in the sense that you will remember that in 1997, two policy frameworks came into place. The Education White Paper program for institutional higher education transformation, as well as the Higher Education Act. And it would appear that actually some of these universities did heed the injunction by national government to contribute to social transformation. And they started actually establishing these transformation offices. So the first office, institution, the oldest actually here, interestingly, was established at Wits University 24 years ago. And this was followed, I think, by UNISA, and then by UCT, and so forth. But it then does indicate, I think, colleagues, that there was actually an appetite, from some of the universities to embed the notion of transformation offices in their actually operations. When it comes to reporting lines, we also discovered that there was a varied reporting lines where they were issued offices. For some were reporting to vice chancellors, some report to deputy vice chancellors, whilst others do report to HR and other actually executive directors. And very important actually finding has to do with funding, because funding actually is very critical when it comes to ensuring that actually the work that is transformation or transformative actually is resourced, well resourced. And so we find here, I think, a diverse resourcing, in the sense that actually when it comes to staffing, you will find that actually there will be offices that will just have one person. And on the other extreme, you will have actually a complement of 12 staff in an office. And the same thing applies when it comes to resources as well, in terms of the budgets of these institutions. On the extreme, you will find that actually a university will be given actually just 408,000 rand. Actually, I almost said a salary here, but they will get a 408,000 rand budget for the year. And once actually the well-resourced one will have 24 million rand. So in between, you will then have a variety of fund of budgeting that happens. The next one, again, speaks to findings around the institutional forum interactions. The institutional forum is a creature of statute, as you will know, colleagues. Section 28 is very clear that all public universities, in terms of their cooperative governance, will have to have these actually bodies. And the IF also, one of its functions, besides transformation, it also looks at issues of race and gender equity policies in higher education, but also the implementation of higher education policies, as well as senior appointments of academics and issues of culture and and so forth. So what we found interesting here is that there were varied relations again between transformation offices where these exist and institutional fora. There were three actually areas. One was really direct representation, where we found that some transformation offices actually were quite engaged with the work of the IFs. They served, for instance, in other instances as secretariat to the institutional forum. Some even were chairing the institutional forum in their institutions. Some serve as members of these bodies. But there was what we also discovered and call as indirect participation, wherein actually the universities actually will be invited, to meetings of the institutional forum. But also what was quite significant is that we also actually discovered that beside the institutional forum, which I indicated earlier that it is seized with transformation in our universities in terms of the statute, is that there were also other committees that also were playing in the same space. For example, transformation and social inclusion committees, your institutional transformation committee, a transformation forum, a transformation steering committee. In other instances, also a transformation implementation committee as well. So when it comes then to highlights really here and challenges, we also discovered that these actually institutions, the one which was quite significant, also which was mentioned by Andre Kiet during his address, is that actually there is an institutional consensus on meaning of transformation. We find it quite significant. And others actually were also, rolling out culture surveys as highlights. Some had council-approved frameworks like your integrated transformation plans, your transformation policies. Some also had active transformation governance structures, which is we find it very important. And also others had integrated transformation plan, work stream close-ups. In other words, they had already done a lot of work, and they have concluded these close-out reports. And they also had well-established structures. And also, quite important as well, is that some were conducting external evaluation of their work, which we find quite significant. Having talked about the highlights, we also noticed that institutions, do also face challenges like a constrained financial environment, as I've shared with you in one of the slides, inadequate staffing. Remember the one which only had one person expected to drive in transformation. across the institution. And you can imagine then if you have a multi-campus institution, how difficult it will be, for one person really to do all of that. And other challenges was around how you balance issues of employment equity as well as internationalization, particularly, around the lack of alignment, between the Department of Higher Education, your Department of Home Affairs, your Department of Labor, your Department of International Relations Cooperation, for instance. And but also a lack of alignment, between USAF's Transformation Managers Forum, Employment Equity Managers Forum, your HR Directors Forum. But also another significant challenge had to do really with none of the institutions seem to be meeting the minimum 2% threshold of appointing actually staff with disabilities as part of their staff complements. And as well as lastly, the stifling bureaucracy. So as I conclude then, colleagues, is that this particular study really has shown that actually there was actually a response that was received from these actually institutions. 11 of those institutions actually had existing transformation offices, but also that not all universities, that participated in the study had, existing transformation offices. Some of those institutions actually had between 1 and 12 staff members. They also had varied reporting lines and focus areas, but also despite their constraints, all institutions registered highlights, perhaps indicating impact and visibility of their transformative work. However, most institutions operate under various challenging contexts, including a diffuse and central transformation configurations. In other words, whilst we will find on the one hand institutions with an office, other institutions adopted what I will call a diffused model of transformation, wherein executive managers assumed responsibility for transformation and embedded in that space. So colleagues, that actually we are pleased actually to share this actually findings with you. And my colleagues actually are also in the house. I'm sure they will be more than welcome or willing actually to also respond to questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Prof. I'm very encouraged by your presentation. I think it is confirming my suspicion that there is transformation. I think what I take from your presentation is that there is consensus on transformation. So we know that there is transformation and it is happening. We live in this space of coloniality where we see radicalism questioning everything to an extent that we end up becoming paralyzed because we spend so much time trying to question concepts. But here we are getting we are getting information that is clear, that we understand what transformation is and the need for transformation. But obviously there are challenges as we are trying to transform our universities. I think our next presenter is really talking to that, the challenges that we are confronted with as we are trying to transform, because we are transforming and we are not going to change the weight of transforming the universities. Prof. Khoza is online as well. Are you in, Prof. Khoza?
Okay. Do you want me to switch off the camera now?
Yes, yeah. I'm going to hand over to you, Prof. Khoza, and you will be talking to us on the continuities of the past that impede the transformation process in the South African higher education sector. The case of US September 11, 2001 terror attack as the symbol of triggers of radical institutional transformation. Over to you, Prof. Khoza. We can see you. We can't hear you, Prof. We can see you, but we cannot hear you.
Okay, I was muted. Now?
Now we can hear you.
Okay, thanks. Apologies to that. I'll say once more, program director, and then I won't go to protocol because of the time limits, and everybody greeted in there. And then, as indicated on the continuities of the past that continues to impede education at high level, I went further to look into the case of the US as it informs radical transformation. Then I'll start with the introduction, in which case I looked at the purposes for organizational transformation in the South African higher education sector and the appreciation of the South African history in the pre- and constitutional democracy era as the background. Agreeably, there are different aims of education as different systems will look at it. The first being training people to do work in the economy. And this, of course, must link it with the rate of employment rate, if really that is the case. Why is the more we train, the more the unemployment rate increases, so that it should be considered. And also bringing about social change. Social change, as we look into the transition of the South African history, there has been the pre-constitutional era and the current democratic dispensation. Are our institutions of higher learning ready for that effort? And I also looked at transformation as a concept of organizational redesign and or re-engineering, and the recognition of the higher education as part of the broader South African community, that is the old and the new territorial arrangements under the separate but equal development and the constitutional democracy. How did the separate but equal policy development affect education, and how do we go forward? I also to put a contemporary effect on the study. I looked at the case of the AfriForum and another against the University of the Free State. This case has been exploited in my study. And then with regard to the research methodology, the definition, the study defines research methodology in the main, the quantitative and the qualitative methodologies. And the choice, of course, given the nature of the study, has been the qualitative methodological approach with the justification, more so that no statistics were exploited. And on the definition of a transformation, that is the third slide, a transformation is associated with change and subsequently change management. A transformation considers the past, the present, in order to better the future. Hence, transformation. I'm on the third slide. Are we together on the third slide on the definition of transformation? Yes. That transformation ranges from small through piecemeal to a large-scale or radical change projects. And in terms of the latter, hence I use the U.S. as the case. That is the aftermath of the U.S. terror attack initiatives by President George W. Bush as countermeasures against the alleged terrorism has been used in the case to demonstrate the extent and agency of radical transformation, not in any higher education institution, but in all institutions, firms, and companies. And then I couldn't look at transformation without considering the factors affecting institutions. That is the internal and the external factors, as I've already indicated. That the higher education sector is confronted with factors that it has no control and those that it has control over. And I've gone through the external factors at both the local and the global trends in terms of the political, socio-economic, and technological factors. And this, in the main, is within the constraints of the geopolitics, that is global capitalism and imperialism, which have the effect on financial resources in reclassifying South African population into the new races of the poor and the rich. Previously, the struggle has been for equality, and hence we recognize races as the black, colored, white, Indian. But now with the transition, there are two new races in the South African landscape. Even our government no longer talk of the black or the white, but it talks of the rich and the poor instead of the, and this falls well within the framework of the geopolitics that we see people in terms of economic viability. And this results in which case are the universities and the education ministry in particular able to transcend the historical trajectories in terms of the political, social, and ecological developments. The position of universities and the education ministry is explored for a total emancipation of African men and women, especially the youth through the protests and curriculum developments with the electoral system, and citing NSFAS causing or resulting into the dependency syndrome. To what extent is the system able to, the government system able to ensure that individuals afford education without creating the dependency syndrome? And this was cited by the former Minister of International Affairs, Lindiwe Sisulu, that in as much as we have the better policies, the best constitution, as long as we fail to unlearn colonialism, our institutions are also fraught with controversies and contradictions. So in terms of internal factors, I looked at the human resources and followers in driving change in institutions. The information system, how accurate are the information systems? How reliable are the information systems? How up-to-date are in terms, for example, now we have the technological industrial revolution in terms of the internet, how far universities coping with that? And of course, financial resources on the background of the South African education system in the apartheid era and prospects in the constitutional era, redistribution of the resources, skills, and competencies. Then the next one, I'm looking at the case of the US in terms of setting a blueprint on radical transformation. It is first acknowledged that transformation is a continuous process against the neglect, both the internal and the external forces driving transformation. And this has been the case with the US in terms of deindustrialization, catching up with it, because in as much as they went for greening, they were empowering what they called the third world. And there has been an economic shift. So the moment there has been a change in power balance, it was too late for the US to notice that the geopolitics or the economic, socio-political landscape has changed. However, back to the case as a radical change, I looked into the extent to which the president has managed to respond against the alleged terrorism, which earned him the label of a transformational leader status. Acknowledging that as well, transformation does not guarantee success, manifested in the loss of popularity by his father, George H.W. Bush, in the similar army response context over time as the needs of the people change. So as we change institutions, we must also acknowledge that whatever change we try to implement does not guarantee success, but it has to be managed, because change is a process. There will be resistance, there will be those who will follow the change. So transformation requires cyclical planning and constant review for relevance. So we can't change and stay for the next 5 years that we're done with the change. So we must continue to review and change further. Then discussion and recommendations. Transformation in the higher education sector is confronted with both the external, local, and the global, that is the local and the global and internal factors. So we cannot drive transformation internally without considering these factors. How is colonialism affecting our higher education? What is the local arrangement in terms of the political system that we have in the country? What kind of leaders are we having? What type of leaders is our electoral system producing? Because in as much as we are in democracy, we are in a new kind of dictatorship, so as neo-colonialism. We agree with the system which chooses its own public representatives, which do not per se report to the people, but report to their various political parties. So in terms of the real change, how far is that kind of political system going to affect change, which will further replicate into institutions of higher learning? So hence I looked at the effects that include the electoral systems and inability to produce competent public representatives, and the encouragement of the public dependency syndrome through the NSFAS system, among other factors. If we look at the funding system, how far is the education system going to sustain? How far is the government going to sustain? Because this should be a temporary measure while the South African population is empowered, is emancipated to ensure that its individuals afford their own education. And to this effect, the type of education system that is provided in the public, it should be more enhanced than those that is in the private sector. And this is the case with international trends, where the public is more resourced than the private. But in South Africa, the contrary becomes true. How come do private institutions have more funds than our government? It means the government, there is a sinister way of funding those institutions. And to this effect, as part of the recommendation, that universities and the education ministry should be key players in terms of striving for the means that will seek to decolonize the mind of the African men and women through education, as asserted by both, among others, J. Kerwell, Pam Christie, and Nkrumah as the authors of Socialism in Recognition of South Africa's Abundant Economic Resources Against Capitalism and Imperialism. In conclusion, I presented the case of Nkrumah and Peters and Waterman, who has wrote about most successful companies in the US, that although there are often plans by organizations to transform, the continuance of the past continue to impede progress. And Nkrumah said, by far the greatest wrong which the departing colonialists inflicted on us, and which we now continue to inflict on ourselves, the present state of disunity, was to leave us divided into an economically unviable state, which bear no possibility of real development. So in as much as we think transformation within universities, how far do we go beyond the four walls of the university to look at effects that affect society, but at the end come back to haunt us in the universities? The level of poverty, the level of inequality, the rate of unemployment. Are we going to continue with the funding model of dependency, that is the NSFAS and the scholarships? Of course, they are doing good job, but those should be temporary measures, because over time, there is pride in doing things for yourselves, as the Constitution says. Does NSFAS comply with the Constitution on the right to dignity if you live on handouts? Thomas Sankara once said, one who feeds you controls you. So in conclusion, as Nkrumah has said, universities must unite for economic viability, not for handouts. So, and they must have an impact in the broader society, in as much as the authors like Pam Christie believe that the education system is part of the broader society. What happens in our university happens in the society. What happens in the society happens in our university. If we ignore inequalities in our society, we ignore poverty in our society.
So important points here. And I think for me what stands out is the importance of looking at the external factors that sometimes we do not have control over, but they affect our transformation. in the universities, that maybe we need to think, how do we make sure that as we try to transform the university, our transformation speaks to what is happening externally. We are going to move on to our next presenter. I'm not sure, I have not seen Sandy. Sorry, I'm now looking at the wrong page. Masilo. Is Masilo in the house? I don't see Masilo. I think we are going to move to Dr. Bupape, who's going to present on behalf of the group there. I can see that there are many people who authored the paper. They are going to talk about the double standards or selective interventions. Do ministerial interventions at select public universities? That speak English. I can't even attempt. Yes, or exacerbate good governance. Thank you for assisting me. Over to you.
Thank you, Program Director. Okay. Indeed, as you indicated, I'll be presenting on behalf of the colleagues whose name appear on the program, and some of them are here. This is a very interesting, colleagues, very interesting topic. And this is how we've decided to organize the presentation. We'll briefly talk about the background. We'll talk about the approach method, university governance model and challenges, and then we'll look at ministerial interventions from 1998 to 2003. And then we'll use VUT as an example, simply because it has gone through this process 3 times over the last 18 years. It's not the only one, by the way. Also, Mangosuthu University of Technology went through the process 3 times, but we'll go through that as an example. Then we'll do an analysis and findings and talk really about the politics of ministerial intervention and conclude. Colleagues, the purpose of this presentation is a critical reflection of ministerial intervention in the higher education sector. It is not here to provide answers to questions that you might have, but we are just showing you what has been happening in terms of these interventions. We highlight what has been done and sort of identify the gaps. Colleagues, we are aware of the fact that pre-1994 we had 36 different types of universities. Post-1994, we started talking about the so-called historically white university and historically black university, or historically advantaged university and historically disadvantaged universities. And post-2004, we started talking about the merger of those 36 universities into 23 universities, where we ended up with 6 comprehensive universities, 6 traditional universities, and 6 universities of technology. We also can talk about the establishment of the Department of Education and Training, which focus specifically on this sector, and some of the things that happened after this department was established in 2009, as well as the merger of the department with the Department of Science and Technology. We are aware, colleagues, of the various amendments that were made, particularly the one that was made in 2012, which was highly contested. It was highly contested because it dealt with amending the Higher Education Act to deal with the powers of the minister to appoint an administrator and an assessor. And probably during the presentation we'll be able to see the impact of that. Colleagues, there has been 19 ministerial interventions over the years. 19 assessors have been appointed over those years, and 11 administrators have been appointed. Only one, the one that was appointed for CUT, did not take up that position because CUT took the minister to court and won its case. There is a possibility of 2 more universities being placed under administration by the end of 2023. 4 other, what Jonathan Johnson called 4 other, some non-assessor type ministerial intervention took place during that period. It was at the University of Durban, Westville, at the University of Venda, Sefako Makgato, and at UNISA, colleagues are aware of the fact that we had the so-called the Ministerial Task Team in 2010. The approach is that we looked at the theory relating to university governance. We looked at the universities that have been placed under administration. I'll share this with you very soon. We look at documents analysis of the ministerial reports, and then we sample some reports, and in this case, VUT is an example, analysis of those reports and categorization. The key question that we are asking is, what the Commission recommended that the South Africa think about various models of governance. The report, the National Commission on Higher Education, talked about the state control, which we did not like because of our constitution, but then proposed that South Africa should consider state supervision, where government will have a steering mechanism to start steering the university. Indeed, colleagues, as you know, in South Africa, we have 3 very powerful steering mechanisms. It is planning every year, every 5 years or 3 years, universities together with the department plan and produce a plan that the minister will hold the universities to account. There is a funding framework. Every 2 years, the minister releases a statement on funding, how he's going to fund the universities. And the third one is quality assurance as a tool to steer the university in that. So these 3 mechanisms are used as a state supervision or state steering mechanism. But also the National Commission on Higher Education recommended that South Africa adopt cooperative governance, which is based on 3 principles: accepting that no stakeholder within the university has the absolute right to determine the direction of that particular university, where you need to manage the process of stakeholder interest, students, staff, market, everybody. No stakeholder has the right to determine that. 2, you have to manage this vested interest, these divergent vested interests within that, and ultimately distinguish between who has the right to determine policy, who has the right to make decisions, and who has the right to implement the policy. You cannot be the owner of a policy, implement the policy, monitor the effectiveness of a policy. You can't do that because you become a player and a referee, and that's the reason why this is there in the court. Is this what is happening in our institution? I'm not sure. But colleagues, we are aware of the failure of cooperative governance within the higher education. It's not working. The Council on Higher Education produced a very interesting, what is called periodization of university governance over the last 20 years or so. What is interesting is what is here. They are of the view that from 1994 to 2001, there was political consensus relating to where we are going as South Africa and as a sector. And across the universities, there was a movement to begin the process of democratizing the universities. From 2001 to 2009, there was what is called vacuum. Colleagues, after the so-called white paper that George spoke about, the white paper 3, a program on transformation of higher education in 1994, there was a vacuum. The Department of Education took almost 5 years to develop the Higher Education Act, which was finally approved in 2001. During that process, a lot of things happened, and some of those things we are seeing them now. Because there was a vacuum, there was no policy, there was no law between 1994 and 2004. There was contestation, state steering mechanism, assimilation of those mechanisms that I've talked about, but also a major, then the beginning of state managerialism and the problem relating to universities begin to identify who they were. This one is not in the Council on Higher Education, but it's our own view of what happened between 2015 and currently. The Mass Fall movement created an opportunity to speed up transformation because they talked about curriculum, decolonization of the curriculum. They spoke about the fees, which must be looked at. They also spoke about this unbearable process called outsourcing of the so-called non-core staff member at our universities. Colleagues, we are aware of the fact that, as I indicated, cooperative governance has failed within the sector, and these are some of the examples that we can identify or that have been identified in literature relating to the failure of cooperative governance. leadership, confusion of the role between council and management, factionalism within council, non-adherence of rules, the conflict between the vice chancellor and council. In most cases, colleagues, this is the situation. You might find in one university, the vice chancellor is so powerful that he or she end up undermining the transformation agenda of council. It's possible. In some universities, that's the case. The vice chancellor is so powerful that he or she end up undermining the transformation agenda of council. In other universities, council is so powerful that it end up undermining the transformation agenda of the vice chancellor. And if you look at the reasons, the precedents of placing universities under administration, this is one of those. At the same time, colleagues, there is what is called, council on higher education called stakeholderization of council. You are in council to look at the interests of the institution. You are not going to council to represent the interests of the stakeholder that sent you there. If you are representing union, at council you are not talking about, you are not representing union, you are representing the university. If you have been there, you have been nominated by students, you are not in council to represent students. Yes, you can talk about them, but you are not representing students there. You represent the interests of the university. And the problem is what is called stakeholderization. We become stakeholders, different stakeholders, and that's where factions come into being there. Colleagues, these are the universities that have been placed under administration. Some of them, the assessors have been appointed. You can see it started in 1998. In total, 19 universities, as I indicated, some of them, as you can see, VUT 3 times, Mangosuthu University of Technology 2 times. Lastly, as I indicated, Central University of Technology, an assessor was appointed last year. We are not sure whether ultimately the minister will appoint an administrator. At UNISA, we are aware the minister appointed an assessor. We are not sure whether the minister will end up appointing an administrator. This, according to Jonathan Johnson, as I indicated, there are these non-assessor type ministerial interventions, and these are some of the things that happened there. Colleagues, there is what we call, there are those that got away with it. CUT went away with it because it took the minister to court and won. Will it be the case with UNISA? I don't know. The following universities were subjected to assessor or placed under administration despite serious problem in their University of Pretoria, for example. There was a report released by the South African Human Rights Commission in 2019, but the university was never placed under administration. There was no assessor. UKZN, there were problems at UKZN relating to academic freedom. There was problem at UFS in 2008. We are aware of REITs, right? Northwest University, problems, ministerial task team, sanctioned by the minister, appointed by council, released a Deming report relating to racism, nothing done. University of Stellenbosch, have you read the Khampepe report? I've read it. Deming report there. Why is the university not placed under administration? I don't know. Do this institution's history, community support activism, profile of the alumni, financial resources, etc., play a part? I don't know. Do they play a part? I don't know. Colleagues, these are as I indicated, VUT was placed under administration 3 times. The first time, it was when it was still called Vile Triangle Technology, and this is the report. These are the problems that have been identified. I've highlighted only some. One of them is the fact that in 1998, the problems at VUT was because they've just appointed a new Vice Chancellor, Professor Mukadi, despite the fact that Professor Mukadi was appointed in a more procedural manner. The problem started immediately when he started executing his role. People started alleging that he's an autocrat, etc., and then the gaps started appearing. And some of those is the fact that council did not take seriously its fiduciary responsibility. There was interference between council. The statute did not allow anybody to intervene, and as a result, I've highlighted this because the issue of council, the issue of management style, the issue of revision of the institutional statute is important. In 2012, Sekakane was appointed as an assessor. Look what he found. The conflict between the VC and council, revision of the statute, council lacks skills and talent, and he's talking about dissolution of council, etc., etc. In 2020, Pichana was appointed as an assessor. Look what he found. Revised the appointment of council members, revised appointment of vice-chancellor, vetting of council members. This was raised in 2006, reduced the size of council, revised the statute, revised da. You can see same things are appearing again. Colleagues, one of the critical issues that we have been identified in why universities are placed under administration is the role of human resource management department. They are at the center of why some universities are placed on because they are not guiding the so-called human resource committee of council appropriately relating to appointments. They allow others to intervene, and as a result, nepotism come into the picture. Each human resource must be looked at because it plays a very critical role in the appointment, in the placing of the universities under administration. Jonathan Jansen, interesting colleagues, identified 10 what he calls specific micro actions which work together to normalize corruption within the higher education sector. And these are some of the things that he identified. Subversion of institutional rules, abuse of disciplinary process, promise of reward, I'll give you money if you support me, willful mismanagement of administration, manipulation of records, tripping tactics where you do something and then you are out, because we'll use that as a way to get you out. The well-placed rumors, there is a rumor that you did this and that and that, and that rumor becomes a bigger thing. Threats of violence, factionalism, and control of staffing. Can you see control of staffing appearing, human resource becoming again? For us, these are the 4 issues these are the precedents of placing university under administration: governance, leadership and management, supply chain management, institutional culture, bullying, harassment and corruption, and human resource maladministration. Colleagues, the politics of intervention. These are the issues. There is no criteria relating to how assessors are appointed. Interesting, Minister Bengu appointed 3 assessors for 3 universities. Minister Asmal appointed 3 assessors for 3 universities. Naledi Pandor appointed 5 assessors for 5 universities. Minister Blazin Demande appointed 8 assessors for 8 universities. Look at this. All in all, 3 people, that is Professor Duran, Dr. Vincent Mapai, and Professor Pani Pichana were appointed twice as assessors for 2 universities, okay? Administrators, no criteria. Minister Bingu appointed, remember, Minister Bingu appointed 3, but he only appointed 1 administrator. Minister Asmal appointed only 1. Naledi Pandor 3 for 5 universities. Minister Blazin Bande appointed 5 for 8 universities, even though the one that I've already indicated at CUT did not take that decision, and a decision might still be made relating to 2 other universities. In this case, Professor Fitzgerald and Professor Jonathan Jansen were appointed twice, while interesting Professor Musia was appointed as an assessor as well as an administrator in 2 different universities. Politics of intervention, who are these assessors? Who are they? 19 of these assessors who were appointed, 19 assessors were appointed, and in 4 of these cases, there were 2 assessors instead of 1. 15 of these assessors were black, and 4 were white. All 19, that's a shame, right? All 19 assessors are male, with 2 females appointed together with Professor Pani Pichana, 1 being a white female and 1 being a black female. 17 of them, all of them were high education professionals, some served as VCs or senior executive, while 2 were appointed as advocates. Who are the administrators? Remember, only 11, I say 10 plus 1 because the other one did not take that position. In one case, there were 3 appointed, particularly the first one at the University of Transkei. 3 administrators were appointed, one after the other. In one case, in another case, 2 were appointed. Majority were black, 7, and then 4 were white. All of them again male. All high education professional. The question that I have, I don't have an answer, is does this information have anything to do with the politics of intervention? I'm asking you. Does this information that I shared with you have anything to do with the politics of intervention? I don't know. Conclusion, colleagues. It is clear that the current model is not working. We have to reduce the politics, the intersection between politics and economy within the higher education sector. We have to review the composition of council, colleagues, in order to reduce the number of politicians and the number of business people in council. We have to start re-establishing university as a center of intellectual debate rather than a political space. We should encourage dissent. University is a place where dissent is encouraged rather than punished. As we speak now, dissent is punished rather than encouraged. We must re-establish university as a space for intellectual debate. We must make, I'm suggesting that is it not possible to make University Council accountable also to us as institutional stakeholders? Because currently they are accountable to the minister and not to us. Consider new ways of appointing council members. Current processes susceptible to stakeholderization and faction in council. Some of the issues are reappearing, as you saw in the case of UUT. Why are these problems not being eliminated? Why are we struggling to eliminate the problem of HR, the problem of supply chain management, the problem of governance, leadership, and management? Why are we failing? What is the role of HISA, Council on Higher Education, which is a statutory body advising the minister, and even the department itself? What about the role of a Chapter 9 institution, South African Human Rights Commission, which has done a lot of work relating to racism in the higher education sector? Why are they not coming in and assist in terms of coming in and saying this is how things should be done? Lack of transparency in the appointment of assessors and lack of criteria in the appointment of assessors and administrators. It seems that the target is mostly your historically black universities. Is this based on the fact of their own histories and the location where they are located? I'm not sure. No assessor has ever been appointed for historically advantaged university. Why? Governance, leadership management, human resource, supply chain are always at the center of universities under administration. Not sure. We are not sure whether these interventions are effective. More research is needed. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Yeah, I could listen to your lecture, Dr. Bopape, for the whole day. It was such an educational, invoking, but for me, I think what is important is the timing of your lecture. Like today, at UNISA, there's something symbolic about your lecture, about that. I'm going to open. We have 15 minutes for discussion. I think we had beautiful presentations and they spoke to each other, all of them. As I said earlier on, that this is the most beautiful conference I've ever attended. There's something about this conference. I think there's also the spiritual aspect in it, especially this presentation, the last presentation. We can tell that it is not our own planning, because you prepared this long time ago, but you are presenting it today. There's something very symbolic about this presentation. Yeah, maybe she knew something, yes. Maybe she knew something. But anyway, colleagues, I know that probably you all have questions where you are seated. You have comments. I'm opening this up for that. For me, it was really educational, informative. I see Lerato. I see Prof. Ngubane. Okay, for now, those. Oh, I see. You've been speaking, and your name, David. Oh yes, and David. So it's Lerato, Prof. Ngubane, and David in that order.
I think I just wanted to comment on the last presentation, because in the news now it's saying Blade must withdraw UNISA administration notice. The court has ruled. So it's interesting, the politics, what's happening. But also for me, my interest has always been why, like Nzimande, being a politician in that space that he is, and he's overseeing these universities. And sometimes we will find out that some of the problems that are happening in the university are connected to the political alignment. For example, on Twitter, there's something that's ridiculously that has been happening, that UNISA is now pro-EFF and whatever. We all know that's a lie. Like it's like EFF is in leadership, is leading us, but that's just a lie. So like the rhetoric there. And so now my question is that why, I've never understood, maybe it's my ignorance, but I don't understand why are politicians overseeing universities where most of the time they are the cause of disruption within universities. So I don't understand that. It's like this transformation agenda wherein we then being overseen by Westerners, that, oh, you are transforming now. How can you be the colonizer and be be the one again who has the moral compass? So I don't understand.
Thanks, Lerato. Prof. Ngubane, this side.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thanks for the presentations. I want to applaud the many presenters that were with Dr. Bopape, because my question has been, why are we not questioning the assessor? Who's this Mosia? It's as if he has become a professional assessor, like he just goes in alone and disrupts everything. Who is he? So I'm glad that someone has said it, because I was told not to say anything, that UNISA has stopped it in court, and I really think we should celebrate that, because if you cannot manage to make things right at MUT and VUT, who are so small, they are even smaller than the College of Education at UNISA. Now, how dare you think you can administer UNISA as big as it is? But also, just maybe for us to reflect on, I'm glad that this presentation was made, because it tells us all this has never been about students. Students are complaining, NFSAS is not paid. I know that some of them are misusing the funds, but there are some of them that desperately needs that money for books, for everything. So all these interventions that are coming in are really more political than about the education of the African child. So I'm really hoping that as part of transformation and what we are saying is that we should bring the students back to the center of the conversation. Even for council, I sometimes feel, I'm sorry to say this, that even council does not have the best interest of the student. I thank you before I talk too much.
Thank you, Prof. Ngubane. David.
Yeah, thank you very much. The figure of terrorism, Yeah, okay, I would like to understand. Yeah, transformation, how we gonna measure transformation? The transformation office, how is gonna measure itself or before crisis or after crisis? For instance, the students are suffering, are struggling. Students are kidnapped. Their parents are requested to pay ransoms and stuff. But in a nutshell, could also, Prof, could you maybe I would say, could you explain to me what would you think Professor Tshilidzi Marwala, as in the other VC's position there, As a best practice of a transformation officer, could he be the best practice of information officer in Japan? I think he was there last time I checked.
Thanks, David. You are representing the students. Yeah, I'm not going to try and sum. I know that you wrote the questions. We also have Prof. Khoza online who would like to also respond. I think in the main it's this politicization of transformation. We are trying to depoliticize, but it is very political. Prof. Khoza?
Yeah, thanks very much, Program Director Delegates. Yeah, as the latter professor has indicated, there are a lot of happenings that happen on the political side which affect universities. And then the question can be, what are the assumptions in providing for putting public universities under administration? And one of the issues as indicated is factionalism and other factors that have no proper interest in terms of the development of students. I think he has indicated the number of findings that contradict in terms of the constitutional mandate. And I'm happy UNISA has managed to take that road to court. So maybe it's time for universities to challenge some of these political policies because they stifle the administration of universities. Test how constitutional are these policies? What are the assumptions if you have a law that will disrupt an institution up front? Is law constitutional? What is it assuming? Is it assuming that we are in a normal state of higher education? Are our institutions well funded? Or is that a scapegoat to change one official from one official to another using that kind of policies? I think this kind of policies, it's universities that should start confronting them constitutionally. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Khoza, for that intervention. We also have Mr. Tliane, who was not feeling okay this morning. He was supposed to be the one who's chairing this session. Mr. Tliane, you are online and your hand is up.
No, thank you very much, Prof, and my apologies for not being there. And thanks to the three papers thus far presented. I just want to start with the first one and thank Ndadem Valo for the findings. But I think my contribution would be on then going further to theorize these findings and trying to help us to understand the contradictions, the continuities and discontinuities that are happening within the sector that he so well articulated. What is the cause of these continuities and discontinuities within the higher education sector, which were later on also amplified by Dr. Wupape when he looked at and gave the concrete example of the period it took from the white paper to the act or proper or legislation proper. And I think that is one thing that we need to theorize. Going to the second paper by Ndade Khoza, I like his inclusion of the AfriForum case because I think we have not yet reflected enough, save for when we do policy and legislation reflection, but it has not been theorized enough. The whole thing of the intervention and talking about interventions, and I think we need to be very frank and open, colleagues, that it is not just politicians in the traditional sense. The interventions by so-called civil society organizations, some of them with ulterior motives, we are not looking at them. So when we look at some of the things that are happening, we must look at the broad spectrum of the interventions that are taking place. And I want to argue, colleagues, that what is bringing these interventions? And could it be that even ourselves as internal stakeholders, for whatever reasons and where we stand for, we sometimes invite these interventions? And I know that it is controversial because today we may be speaking in a particular way, but there are so many things that are happening quickly, going back to the COSA presentation. I want to check if, for instance, at some space he talked about the apartheid categorizations, that they are no longer there. But could he be suggesting that race is no longer a matter, as some theorists would argue that divisions and oppression, exploitation are no longer taking place in racial forms, but also in class form? Could it be that he is suggesting that? And lastly, the reference to the dependency syndrome could unfortunately be understood as an affront against poor students because the reality is that levels of poverty are rising. So I think he will have to clarify that point. And in closing, I think, Dr. Bopape, thanks for your paper. And I think I would submit that you need to theorize what you call the politics of intervention. I think it's a very critical point that we need to make. Thank you, and thank you for the privilege of allowing me to make a presentation online. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tliane. Your intervention and your contribution is most welcome. The questions are directed to all the speakers, but before I give again Prof. Khoza, we have a question from David on the measure, how do we measure the transformation intervention? Prof. George, can you respond to that question before I give it to Dr. Bopape? Prof. George?
No,
Yes.
Thank you so much again, Program Director. You know, the Transformation Managers Forum developed, you know, a transformation barometer in 2016, 2019. And the idea really behind it was that it serves as a monitoring and evaluation tool for the sector as part of our own self-regulation. So you will notice that actually that barometer itself has, you know, 4 dimensions in the main, you know, your teaching and learning, your research and innovation, your community engagement and scholarship, as well as the institutional culture as a sub-actually dimension, but also the notion around resourcing. It's in the main, the resourcing itself. So the jury is still out, I must say, you know, to determine how actually institutions actually have, you know, been impacted, you know, by the barometer itself. But as we were presenting, you know, our findings, it was also heartening to notice that some already actually have begun actually to measure. You remember the online measurement tool that actually we cited, you know, in one of those. If you allow me, Chair, because there was also another question directed to me by Ntate Tliane, you know, in terms of what he calls the contradictions or the continuities and discontinuities in regarding the resourcing, and actually in a way also actually posing, a question around a theory around why this contradiction. And here's my theory, if I may. There is what I called a differential embrace of transformation in our institutions. And that differential embrace is of such a nature that, one, there are institutions, particularly at leadership level, but through their vice chancellors, who actually feel that it's okay to pay lip service to transformation. And there are also those actually who perceive that for their institutions, they've already transformed, in inverted commas. And if there is this perception that actually, no, for us, actually, for example, as VUT, we are completely, a black institution, or a University of Venda, or University of Zululand, for that matter, or Fort Hare, and then there becomes actually this assumption that because we have, in terms of the demographic transformation, ticked a particular box, we have actually done our work to transform. And by implication then, the issues of resourcing transformation work get de-emphasized. And to some extent also there is what, to use an American term, you start to see a systematic now defunding of transformation work in our institutions. And it is no coincidence then, colleagues, if we were to compare the presentation yesterday about the decolonization, that when you notice our institutions, their approach since 2015, 2016, fees must fall movements and the calls that were made by our students, is that actually institutions have not really shifted. They have not really embraced in total the decolonial project in our institutions. So we have to be honest with that. So that will be my theorization around this. The last thing around this theorization is that you will have noticed, that in terms of access of working class students to universities, there are certainly universities that carry, a more burden compared to historically white universities. And you have to ask yourself, why is that the case? That actually certain institutions carry this, and up to 70% of their student bodies are dependent on NSFAS. And are we then surprised actually when there will be issues that crop up, whether it's through protests, through also the student debt? There's one university that has this year 1.3 billion rand in student debt because it carries actually these students from the working class. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Prof. I'm going to give it to Dr. Bopape and then Prof. Because I got confused for a moment, and then Prof. Koza, you will respond after Dr. Bopape.
Thank you, Program Director. I'll be trying to respond to two questions posed to me by Lerato and Mengubane. I don't know whether I'll be able to answer them because they are difficult. You asked the question, why politics? Why have we allowed the minister, who is a politician, to take control of for the simple reason that we are funded by public purse. That's number one. Number two, for the simple reason that, as far as I'm concerned, education is part and parcel of the political project. And therefore, governments are interested, depending on where we are, in South Africa in particular, because we are under the so-called neoliberal agenda, we see education as a tool to develop the so-called skills. And as a result, we are leaning more towards the market logic. And based on what Mengubane is asking, shouldn't we start moving away from the market logic into the social justice issues, where we begin to talk about student success, how students are treated within the university rather than the market? Sadly, Lerato, is the fact that in South Africa, we have started adopting, moving away from the concept of cooperative governance to corporate governance, where business principles, and I think, I'm trying to explain that from where I'm sitting, I think the problems that we are talking are caused by the fact that we are moving away from a university being an intellectual space to seeing a university as a business space, where, as Ngubane say, we are more focusing on students as client. We're treating them as client and not as these human beings through which we co-create knowledge, through which we can create good citizens in there. And I think Gleani spoke about theorization around it, and I think he's right. Maybe we should start talking really around, yes, government is funding higher education institutions. What more do we need to do in order to remove this excessive influence? Colleagues earlier spoke about when the minister introduced the amended Higher Education Act in 2012, there was a lot of contestation around it, specifically because it was talking about the minister introducing transformation targets within the higher education sector. There was a lot of pushback. Universities did not want him to introduce higher education. Those were some of the things that were being brought into the Higher Education, into the Higher Education Act, to the whole notion of how do you appoint an administrator, how do you appoint an assessor. The sector, as well as other stakeholders, were very angry about that. Maybe we need to go back and look at that. Was the minister trying to be playing politics, or was he trying to introduce something maybe in a wrong way? Because we are here talking about lack of transformation within the sector. And when he wanted to introduce targets in 2012, we rejected that. And here we are stuck. The question is, were those targets real targets in terms of the social justice that we are talking about, or were they the targets set in terms of the market, the logic of the market? That's where I think the struggle is. I think I've already attempted to answer your question to say, I think we need to really recapture the university to become that space where we feel free to differ around where we want to go, what we need to do in order to support our students much better. We need really to free ourselves from the logic of the market, because it's not taking us anywhere. And some of the problems that we are experiencing earlier, I think, and I guess Ms. Fortunes Lindley and the colleague will be talking about the cultures within the universities. As far as I'm concerned, they are caused by this adoption of the neoliberal agenda, which is more around competition, around violence, in terms of IPMS, performance management systems, around talent management, because you can't identify me as talent working with Prof. Kunong in the same department. You say I'm talent and she's not talent. Do you think she'll be happy? Why do you create competition while ultimately you want teamwork within your unit? But you are creating competition to the extent all these things are creating much more problems for us, and I think we need to start theorizing. Is it possible that we can take ministerial intervention out of this? I'm not sure. As long as we are funded by the public payers, we need to be accountable how we use the money. But how far can we allow the minister to intervene? I think it's a debate that we must have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bupape. I'm going to give I'm not handing over, but I'm giving you an opportunity to respond, Prof. Khoza. I think I'm tired. Yes, Prof. Khoza. You are muted, Prof. Khoza.
Thanks.
Yes.
In the program director, in terms of theorizing South African raises in the spectrum of pre-constitutional democracy and now the democratic dispensation, as it was indicated. Previously, it was based on races, and resources were distributed in the main according to the Black Administration and the White Administration Acts. So race was playing a major role in terms of distributing resources. And that has an impact on the type of education that was dished in the public universities in the main. And then come the new democratic dispensation. Now the South African population is no longer seen as the people. They are now classified as the rich and the poor. And even our government will talk even about the poor of the poorest. And it's no longer the people as it was in the Freedom Charter, that the people shall govern. So now we have the rich and the poor. And who are these rich and the poor? Now it has no color, it has now become colorblind, but still perpetuates the historical inequalities. As I've indicated in terms of the funding schemes, in as much as they are useful as it's indicated, there are really those students who need it. But what is the agenda in terms of the condemnation of the South African population, in terms of acceptance? Acceptance results in attitude. If you accept something negative, then you will have less energy to emancipate yourself. So if we have those who are rich and those who are poor, and we classify them, and those who are poor accept that we are poor, what attitude are we propagating in those people within the constitutional mandate of the right to education and the right to human dignity? So as we transform, these are issues that as universities, we need to have a clear vision in terms of how do we deal with the proper governance of the state in terms of making sure that people, there is no reason to explain or there is no excuse why people overall are not developed so that they can be self-sustainable. Because the danger of the transition that we are in, we were in the apartheid colonial, and then we are now into democracy. But when you look at the system, they are friends, because colonialism is harsh, but democracy is soft, but still with the same attitude of domesticating the public. So that's why I introduced these theorized concepts of the public funding and the new races of the rich and the poor.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Prof. Because, as you were responding, you reminded me of the Fees Must Fall students when they said they don't want services for poor because they're always poor, So this poor, it's very problematic. Colleagues, we have come to the end of our session, which was very thought-provoking. It was very informative. What I liked the most about this session is that it was also giving us the historical aspect of what has happened in terms of transformation. And I think it is important to understand the history of what we are trying to do, because sometimes we make claims without understanding where all these processes come from. So it was very informative and educational. Thank you so much to all the presenters, Prof. George, Prof. Khoza, and Dr. Bopape. I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to chair the session. It was a privilege indeed for me to chair the session. We are having our tea break and we'll come back. Yeah, we are running out of time. The break will be 10 minutes, colleagues. We are way behind time now. Thank you so much.
participants that are participating at this important session, Institutional Culture. And my name is Tebogo, by the way. Are they all here? Okay. So we are now going to embark on a very important session themed institutional culture. We know that dealing with institutions or institutions of higher learning regarded as tokens or symbols of the highest form of reasoning. We are now going to be educated by 7 presenters that are going to educate us as to how have we fared since 1994, and more importantly, how have we fared as institutions of higher learning since UNISA is now in 2023 marking the biggest milestone of having reached 150 years reigning supreme. We are now going to have in our first session Professor Fortunate Silinda and Cyril Adonis. Their presentation is titled Institutional Culture and Transformation in Higher Education in Post-1994 South Africa, looking at a critical race theory analysis. Prof, over to you.
Good morning, colleagues. So Prof. Adonis is attending another conference and he sends his greetings. And then I just thought I should just highlight to all of you that this paper is already published. However, we have not presented it at a conference. So this would be like the first time for us to present this paper at a conference. And I just want to express my gratitude to the organizers for allowing us to share our paper and to have a dialogue with you. So I took some notes, and I'll be, reading, from my notes, because I also, was timing myself. Colleagues, can you see the slides? No. Please assist with the slides. Oh, okay. All right. I'm short, colleagues. All right. So I was saying that I'll also read from my notes because I timed myself and I realized that I'm at 14 minutes. So I do not want a situation whereby there's a card that is being shown to say, please, wrap up without finishing up my paper. All right, so in 1994, South Africa transitioned to a constitutional democracy aiming for inclusivity and equality. However, social inequalities from apartheid persisted, notably in higher education. Progress in transforming the system has been slow, with a focus on student and faculty diversity while overlooking issues of institutional culture and power dynamics. So in this paper, we examine institutional culture's role in hindering transformation, particularly at historically white universities. We use the critical race theory to analyze events like the Rhodes Must Fall campaign at the University of Cape Town and the Leicester documentary at the University of Stellenbosch, illustrating how institutional culture sustains racism in South African higher education. The apartheid's legacy in South African higher education included racial, ethnic, class, gender, and language disparities. After apartheid in 1994, the government aimed to transform the system through policy frameworks like the Green Paper of 1996 and the Education White Paper of 1997. Legislations like the White Education Act of 1997 followed, but challenges in effective implementation arose. Critics accused the government of undermining institutional autonomy, and there were allegations of violations of academic freedom. Progress was made in increasing diversity, curriculum changes, and supporting disadvantaged students through schemes like the NSFAS. However, challenges persist, including the low graduation rates and difficulties for Black students at historically Black universities. And this highlights the ongoing impact of old patterns, institutional culture, and whiteness in South African higher education. Despite efforts to transform post-apartheid higher education in South Africa through legislative policies and transformation charters, old patterns persist, primarily within institutional culture, which remains a significant barrier to achieving equity. Policy discourse emphasizes the importance of changing institutional cultures, but their mere existence doesn't ensure commitment to transformation. Legislation alone, colleagues, cannot shift institutional culture. It requires the right attitudes and dedication from leaders. Cultivating strong institutional cultures necessitates purposeful and patient efforts from university management. Some faculties even nurture subcultures that suppress transformation. So, when universities perpetuate exclusion and injustice through their internal cultures, it hampers the potential to promote social justice. Institutional culture encompasses values, attitudes, interactions, and collective memories, shaping how things are done. And whiteness is deeply ingrained, perpetuating racism by favoring certain individuals and reinforcing racial biases. So student protests in the South African higher education system began in 2009 at the University of Limpopo, addressing issues such as accommodation, NSFAS support, staff quality, victimization, and academic exclusion. This protest continued annually from 2010 to 2014 across multiple provinces. In 2015, protests escalated, starting with Wits students and leading to Rhodes Must Fall campaign at UCT, calling for the removal of Cecil John Rhodes statue as a symbol of racism and oppression. Rhodes Must Fall's impact spread to other historically white universities, even prompting Minister Nzimande's support for the removal of the statue. The Leicester documentary at Stellenbosch University exposed institutional racism, discrimination, and alienation faced by Black students, along with concerns about language policies. These movements culminated the Fees Must Fall campaign, initially opposing fee hikes, but evolving into a broader movement for affordable education, curriculum decolonization, staff equity, workers' rights, and the transformation of South African higher education. So the critical race theory originated in the Critical Legal Studies and was introduced in 1994 as an analytical framework to address racial inequalities in education in the United States. So its purpose is to uncover and challenge patterns of exclusion and privilege related to race, ultimately striving for social justice. Critical race theory in education is guided by the assumption that race, history, voice, and praxis are crucial factors, emphasizing the role of racism, historical context, giving marginalized voices a platform, and inspiring social action to achieve social justice. In the context of the South African higher education, particularly historically white universities, critical race theory is applied to understand why Black students continue to experience racism and discrimination, as seen in the Rhodes Must Fall campaign and the revelations in the Leicester documentary, shedding light in the persistence of these issues despite efforts of transformation. Critical race theorists emphasize the deep-rooted nature of racial inequality, stressing the importance of linking contemporary disparities to historical practices. In South Africa, the higher education system's colonial and apartheid legacy is evident in its foundation. Minister Hendrik Verwoerd's 1953 statement highlighted education's role in upholding racial divisions. The international structuring of higher education created advantaged institutions for whites and under-resourced institutions for Blacks. And this was further exacerbated by the discriminatory funding models. So post-apartheid, the government prioritized transformation, resulting in a more diverse student population, but challenges persist. Universities often overlook historical factors when addressing social inequalities, potentially perpetuating unequal power dynamics. Historically, white universities sometimes prioritize access over achievement outcomes, and this potentially undermines Black students' education and their social mobility. Inequalities in schooling outcomes directly impact income disparities, and as a result, they reinforce South Africa's current patterns of inequality. The factors I've just mentioned shed light in the complex issues of racial inequalities in the South African higher education and the ongoing challenges in achieving full transformation. Critical race theorists argue that claims of colorblindness and accusations of reverse racism overlook the persistence of race and racism in society, perpetuating social inequality. They emphasize the importance of recognizing race as a central construct to understand contemporary social disparities, emphasizing that racism is endemic and permanent, with a far-reaching structural impacts. Critical race theory offers an alternative perspective to address racial inequalities and improve outcomes for Black students in historically white institutions. The Rhodes Must Fall campaign at UCT and the Leicester documentary at Stellenbosch University emerged in response to embedded racism in institutional symbols and practices. While some criticized these movements, they shed light on the ongoing challenges of racism in the South African higher education, emphasizing that intellectualism should serve as a social function and that calls for civility can sometimes silence important discussions, making it clear that structural racism must be addressed for meaningful transformation. The critical race theory supports the use of counter-narratives to challenge dominant narratives and expose structures contributing to racial inequality. Counter-storytelling legitimizes the experiences of marginalized groups, notably Black staff and students in higher education. The Rhodes Must Fall campaign and the Leicester documentary served as a powerful counter-narrative, giving voice to Black youth's discontent and distrust in the Rainbow Nation narrative. They express frustration in being silenced, highlighting the need for open conversations. Rhodes Must Fall aimed to center Black pain, going beyond the statue removal to stimulate curriculum changes. The Open Stellenbosch movement, inspired by Rhodes Must Fall, campaigned for systematic transformation at the University of Stellenbosch. Leicester documented the daily racism experienced by Black students, and this emphasized the demand of a voice and rejection of institutional complicity in their oppression. These issues underscore the significance of counter-narratives in addressing racial inequality and challenging oppressive systems in South African higher education. So colleagues, having a voice is not enough. It must be dedicated to social action for justice. Applying the critical race theory emphasizes praxis, critically informed action for social justice. The critical race theory empowers activists by revealing dynamics that produce racial inequality. The Rhodes Must Fall campaign and later energized global social efforts. Transform UCT emerged from Rhodes Must Fall, demanding real transformation and addressing ignored calls for change. Rhodes Must Fall received international support, inspiring campaigns like Oxford University's Decolonization Initiative, Oriel College at the University of California protested for statue removal. The Black Students Union at the University of California supported UCT students and sought to end Black marginalization at their campus. So these events highlight the global impact of movements advocating for social justice and addressing systematic racism in higher education. Despite the end of apartheid in South Africa, racial inequalities and injustices persist. We cannot ignore them, particularly in higher education, where historically white universities often expect Black students to assimilate into a white-dominated culture. The assimilation approach has led to challenges and dropouts among Black students who resist cultural and ideological conformity. True transformation should go beyond assimilation, aligning with democratic ideals of diversity and inclusivity. The tension between institutional autonomy and accountability complicates the discourse, with autonomy linked to academic freedom. However, growing demands for accountability arise due to perceived failures in fostering inclusion and diversity. The slow pace of transformation has wide-ranging implications, impacting the nation's social fabric, poverty, inequality, and unemployment, highlighting the need for comprehensive change and accountability to address racial disparities and promote social justice in the South African higher education. Thank you.
Wow, that deserves another round of applause. Thank you very much, Professor Silinda. I think one of the key words that we can take there is academic freedom violations that she mentioned, and also that critical race theory is at the hand or upper hand of being applied in this case, where we see the challenges of meeting social transformation and cultural transformation. Colleagues or guests, in our next lineup, we are having Dr. Rudy Hwami, who will be presenting on a topic titled Investigating Black Being in Higher Education Institutions, a critique of the conceptualization and utilization of institutional culture. Over to you, Doc.
Yes. Thank you. I'm waiting for my slides, but so this paper is it's coming out in educational philosophy and theory. I think in the next. Okay. Is this one? Yeah. So it's coming out in the next cycle. So what inspires this conversation in me, it's the vicious cycle we are in. Like the previous speaker in the first panel was talking about the continuous appointment of assessors, the continuous need of strategic plans, the continuous need of new transformation charters. But if you actually look at it, the mandates are still the same. They're just a carry forward on to the next year. So, I mean, what is going on? What is actually the problem? So this is the question that I'm going to be trying to address in this topic. And the issue of institutional culture here, or my analysis of institutional culture, is just an example. But the topic itself I'm agitating speaks to a broader problem that I think that we are facing. And I think that what lies at the heart of all these issues we keep on trying to address and trying to reconcile ourselves with is really metaphysics, and the metaphysics of being, and especially the metaphysics of black being. And the question is, were we ever accommodated in metaphysics itself? So I'm going to start here with Heidegger. He describes metaphysics as, he describes being as the ability to standing in itself. So one should be able to stand in their own right, and also constantly and the enduring and abiding. So this is an inherent trait of being. So I'll read this part. Not to be accordingly means to step out of constancy that has stood forth in itself. Existence, to exist, means for the Greeks precisely not to be. The thoughtlessness and vapidity with which one uses the words existence and to exist as designators for being offer the fresh evidence of our alienation from being and from an originally powerful and definitive interpretation of it. And I think when it comes to black being, the issue becomes more complex, because if being is negated in Western metaphysics, so when it comes to black being, what is our standing within this notion of being as constructed in Western metaphysics? Okay, so now, what has the three evils done? Colonization, slavery, and apartheid. They universalized this concept of metaphysics. So everyone is open to it. And then they made it monolithic. So when we look at metaphysics and the way we approach who we are and our identity, we have to question the mirror we are using to view ourselves. And that's what metaphysics functions as. It functions as the mirror that we view ourselves. But within the logic of the Western logic, and within the logic of coloniality and the logic of the oppressor, the othered is a non-being. The othered only function in society is to prove the beingness of the oppressor. It is only in contrastness to blackness that whiteness actually finds its power and is actually empowered. Without this contrast, whiteness does not have, how can I call it, the privilege that it assumes or it gives itself. Okay, so if now we look at apartheid, the apartheid system, which is constructed or which is the backbone of most of the institutions that we function in, whether it's historically white, historically black, all those
binaries of looking at existence within institutions, they emanate from apartheid. But apartheid itself means to set apart, right? But what was being set apart? It was just not bodies, black people on one side and white people on one side. It was actually our ontology, the identity of who you are. So people have the plumbing, have the electricity, have all of these things, right? And then the non-beings have to cross a gate to enter the world of being. But there's a trick, they need a pass to enter the world of being. Post-apartheid, supposedly the removal of these structures, the fences and the pass and all that does away with this. But I think if we look at maybe, because I know these people, maybe their names are overused, but they are very essential. When you look at Biko in I Write What I Like, this is what he was interrogating, to say that we have to constantly be conscious of the fact that we can enter their world, but it does not do away with who we are in the system and the identity that has been relegated to us in the system. So these are the questions that lie at the heart of why we are trapped in this vicious cycle. So this was a 2012 study done by the authors, and they were questioning the persistence of apartheid ideologies within the South African context. And what strikes me about this specific quote, look, don't tell a kafir he's a kafir, he's a human being. So it's not don't tell the kafir he's a kafir, he gets offended. No. There's this person actually makes the contrast between the human being that is able to stand forth in their own right and then the kafir. So the human being is something other than the kafir. And it might be an uncomfortable truth to sit in, but this is what the apartheid ideology was about. It was not about inferiority of the black race. It was about us being something other than a human being, right? So we don't interrogate this, or it's not adequately interrogated, especially in the approaches we take to transformation. So what are the approaches we take to transformation? Many presenters have highlighted the policy interventions and the all of the initiatives that are rooted in legal principles and all that. But I think what we forget is legality and policy interventions are hinged on metaphysics. They are rooted in metaphysics. This is now a way to accommodate blackness in the world of black being. So the fences have come down, the passes have been removed. How can we make these beings that are not used to the traffic of non-being, how do we make them accept or accommodate this traffic? Because when we talk about the ideas of tolerance and we talk about the ideas of accommodation, in reality, the being that needs to be tolerated and accommodated is blackness. Because it's blackness that is daring to traverse within white institutions, within white systems, and within even white ontologies at most. So we have to question all these things, but we have to get to a point where we can actually critique the infrastructure that houses racism, the infrastructure that houses exclusionary ideologies. Okay, So if we posit in agreement with Fanon that the black man has no ontological resistance in the eyes of the white man, then the language of reconciliation, restitution, and even that of Ubuntu in relation to whiteness and blackness are an allegory of metaphysical violence suffered by blackness. If to be black is nothingness without any ontological validation in the imagination of whiteness and its structures, how can the archive of Ubuntu, for example, be instituted between being and non-being? So that was even the problem with reconciliation. We are only seeing the effects of it now, but we never addressed what lay at the heart of the apartheid system. So we can enforce reconciliation, but we have to question, is it two-sided? Is it having the impact that it's having, or it's allowing entrance of black bodies to untransformed and institutions that are not willing to transform? So I think in the interest of time, I'll skip this. This is just the approach that I used when now I'm looking at institutional culture. So now I want us to look at the metaphysics of culture. So there are many ways of looking at culture. Culture is a natural fact. Culture is something structured by praxis or a social construct. And there is a genealogy of culture. So culture has, the way we perceive culture has changed throughout history. So culture has been seen as emanating from the relationship between man and nature. And then when we drop down, it's also emanating from intersubjective relations between men and men. And what culture implies is within any society, the interaction between groups must be of such, must have an impact that it is within this constant interaction that culture is constantly developed and adapted. But it's so interesting what we do when we are talking about institutional culture. I'll leave this. I'm going to skip here. So it's so interesting what we do, because if you look at the 1997 white paper, it says that institutional cultures which will embody values and facilitate behaviors aimed at peaceful assembly, reconciliation, respect for difference, and promotion of common good. So in this simplified wording, the development of culture is equated to access, integration, and inclusivity. It can be argued that here that the assumption is that the presence of black bodies would dilute white culture. It can be argued that equating cultural development to access and integration, well, this is what I argue, that it is an example of metaphysical violence. So how is this? Because if culture is negotiated, why are we so stuck on discussing institutional culture as white? But there are black people within institutions. There's a metaphysical element that we have lost sight of why we continue reificating white culture. Because if black being, and we are trying to reinstitute black being, we should be able to say there is a culture here of resistance and oppression. Then we can name the oppressor. Because as it stands, if we say that the culture is whiteness, the culture is racialized within South Africa, we are inadvertently making the argument that black people are implicated, because we are saying that's the culture of the institution, but culture is co-created. But it's not our fault. It's the metaphysics of the apartheid, of colonization, that we need to relinquish to see ourselves. Let me give you another example of it. Let's say Black Lives Matter, right, in America. So, but do they? Within the metaphysical structure in America, do Black Lives Matter? They don't, right? But we go on and on and on developing policies and all that, but we are not standing with Biko to say this is not the way. It can't be. And we have tried it for how many years since democracy? It can't be. The problem is the entrance of black being in institutions. The problem is the presence of black being. And that's the problem. What did we do with black people in these white institutions? So we come up with policies, we come up with transformation agendas, all to try and address what Bourdieu says the black problem. I'm sorry, I'm veering away. So I take two contradictory positions on viewing institutional culture as a problem, because firstly, I posit that using institutional culture as a euphemism for white apartheid culture strips black bodies of their ontological relevance. It's not institutional culture, it's apartheid culture. Racism and all that is the persistence of apartheid culture in higher education institutions. That's not the culture that I'm trying to facilitate in the institution that houses me. So when people talk of institutional culture as racist, I'm not racist. I'm trying to resist it in whatever way I try to. But then my ontology and my being and the being of most people in this room is silenced because of this problem. I think it's also our transplantation of taking theories from USA and placing them here without realizing the nuances and the very big differences between USA and us. But we directly do that. So then we speak our own experiences via the lived experiences of other people. So our own experiences to say, what is our institutional culture? Because there are black people who are resisting this racism. What's really going on here? We never get to that point because the theories from there, they detect that this and this and this. They give you themes, right? Like with your thesis, it's the structure. And your theory gives you the themes and the beams which you use to build your ideologies. So all of these things are implicated. They build on each other and they're implicated in how we actually view ourselves and how we show up in institutions. So secondly, I argue that culture is more than a historical predetermination and should mirror this. This position contradicts the first because I must, at the very least, imagine black being. I have to imagine myself as a being, right? So I think yesterday someone was really did well on portraying the nihilism of black ontology. But I still want to be. It's an innate desire because I'm not only what the metaphysics of the Western world has portrayed me as, the metaphysics of the apartheid has portrayed me as, I also want to be. So I have to construct a world where black ontology exists. What grounds my second position is the fear of non-being. If I acknowledge there is something anti-black about the world, I have to find my footing in the world, be it through integration, agency, or resistance. I have to find and prove my being and blackness, and that blackness has sufficient ontological ground to co-create. These contradictions, they converge in the black body. We are unwanted in these institutions. When I say unwanted, I'm not saying that it's the physical presence of us that is unwanted. It's the physical presence of us that is unwanted. But what I'm saying is, it's our onto-epistemologies, where we think from, who we are, what we bring to the table. That is what's unwanted within the institutions. That is what is resisted within the institutions. I think this is, it's not moving. Is it me? It's not going to the next slide. It was frozen. I don't know what to do now. Because now it's gone.
Where were you on this one?
Yeah. but it's no longer showing on the screen. Please come and assist.
Which slide were you on?
I think I was here.
40.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah, yeah. Okay, sorry about that. So, I think the core question here is, how do we move away from ideologies that have been constructed for us? Because there were many questions that we raised yesterday about how do we do this? How do we perform decoloniality? How do we start to actually rebuild ourselves and all that? And I think that even in our theorizing, we are not doing that. We are, but we are not. We are not keeping up with the times. Like, what is the current condition now in our institutions? And let's theorize that current condition that we are facing now in our institutions. If it was in America, for example, this whole thing of the fees, protests, roads would have been theorized. Not taking theories from America and like Ferreira challenges, I don't know, it's always hard for me to pronounce that name, but challenges us that we have to take our lived experiences and theorize from them. I really think that that's the only way, because it is from that we actually get to understand what really we are going through and start working at solutions of how we can then move forward. Because whilst there is oppression of the black body in higher education institutions, there remains space to concoct being in alterity. And I'll suggest that from everything that I've been hearing in this conference, there are people already doing that. But then we don't offer them enough space to actually say, hey, these people are doing this and they are resisting like this, let's do it like this, let's move forward. We don't do that. We then overly wallow, no, let me not use that word. We then overly almost remain stagnant in our pain. We remain stagnant in all this oppression that keeps on being hollowed at us. But we can bite back if we choose. And we can do that by theorizing how we are biting back and theorizing how we intend on moving forward. So how we frame these two opposing forces of resisting and oppression matters to how self and others construct the black body. So the idea of two opposing forces, I think that is one thing that decoloniality really brings to the fore. The idea of, modernity and coloniality is two sides of the same coin. So is resistance and oppression. Because it's not like you're just being acted upon and you have no agency of your own. When you stand up and resist, that should also be theorized. That's the other side of oppression. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you can also give her another round of applause. Thank you very much. Well, I think what this presentation was saying was that blacks in entirety, they lack to focus on their locus of enunciation. There is a problem with metaphysics of being, where there is a double consciousness. And I think it also matches with what Professor Silinda also said, that there is still whiteness or Eurocentrism in institutional culture. Very interesting presentation and paper. We are moving forward, going to a topic that is going to be telling us about naming, place, and institutional cultures of being, renaming processes, and the creation of Africanized spaces in post-colonial universities in Africa. And we meet again, Gogo, Mkulu, Kesha, Sipokazi Tau. I understand Kolisang Gubelanga is joining us online. All the best, Gogo. Is your presentation here?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sure you'll be able to help us out.
All right. I think I found it. Do I just go to presentation? Okay, thank you. Dumelang batho ba heso, thokozani siyaqamagush. Thank you so much, Dr. Teboho. And also, I'd like to echo the same sentiments as previous speakers, just to thank the organizers for bringing us together and for creating a very humanizing experience. As a way of starting this presentation, I wish to, I think you can project, I wish to start with a story. Okanye kwaXhosa, as we say, imbali, a historical narrative, a historical reference. In a project titled Imbali yakwaChefu, Xolisa Ngubelanga explores the heritage and memory of elders in the villages zakwaChefu, situated in Ngqushwa, Pedi in the Eastern Cape. Some of the elders participating in the project as interviewees are first-hand witnesses to some of the events that shape the historical narrative of what becomes of Ngqushwa today. Their contribution to the project ranges from personal experiences and knowledge of the landscape itself. So I want to draw in a story here from Utatu Mtuungwa that he narrates on the heritage of Ngqushwa, particularly Ikhucha village. Utatu Mtuungwa says Ikhucha village itiwe ngomlambo, meaning it was named after the river of which 4 villages, namely Unxwana, Umxaxa, Unxuma, noLibalele, border it. Ikhucha was ruled by 2 chiefs, Umsutu noMphahla, of which the chieftaincy would be interchangeable between these 2 houses or lineages. Horton, nayo Ngqushwa, at the time was led by the chief uChefu, who had challenged the colonialists who wanted to take the land of Abantu baseNgqushwa and place it into a trust. uChefu, who was hiding from the colonialists, would hide amongst Imiqolomba, which is the caves in the area. Over time, he would be found and he would be detained. Ikhucha village, as well, there is a dam called Ebungen, made by the labor, of course, of the people in the village. This particular dam, as Umtuungwa continues, was built in 1934, which created serious tension between the 4 villages and ultimately divided them, as not all villages within the region were in consensus on giving their land away over to the colonialists, of course, of which particularly the people of Libalele village were the ones who were siding with the colonialists and agreeing to place their land into the trust. I'm starting this with a narrative of Abantu Abamnyama, an African narrative to position and center where it is that, to borrow from Dr. Rudo, I'm drawing my theorization from. I'm not particularly, or at least we, and with Ngubelanga, not particularly concerned with doing decolonial work at this point. Because for us, it's not about centering particularly the colonial. And so we center this story to ground us, if you like, in this particular experience, to use that to pull theory from. Names can demonstrate movements of people. Umtuungwa postulates that Ikhucha comes to be named following this land question of these villages. It symbolizes the specific historiography of the region. Furthermore, he locates naming to emerge out of historical occurrences, expressing historical epochs, cultural, religious, and political freedoms. This position by Utatu Mtuungwa is central to the argument we make in this paper, that naming within African cosmology is interlinked with a narrative which is central to the heritage of a place. This narrative of place and naming for us indicates that naming in the African context is structured, it's visible, It gives language to a place, to borrow from Thabiseng Motseme. Place, thus, is important in molding how we can or cannot be. And what is central to this process is that naming is a communal exercise that locates the community in the historical narrative. One particular institution that we wish to contextualize is Nelson Mandela University, of which had officially renamed itself in 2017, becoming the first university higher education institution to carry the name of Utata. Fundamentally, the process of renaming for Nelson Mandela University symbolically signals the university's commitment to transformation in naming places, spaces, and buildings that enhance the Mandela name while entrenching the institution's ever-growing intellectual identity. The danger with naming was simply categorizing yourself as an African university, while there is no shift to African paradigms, is a futile exercise and pseudo-transformation at best. Geert cautions us against the exploitation and commercialization of the concept of decolonization, and for us, Africanization. And yesterday's discussion spoke to this effect, of which our argument is that the danger of simply using these concepts can mean that very little political and academic work is actually happening within our institutions. In warning against institutions not shifting the Eurocentric and colonial paradigms, Ntuli argues that Eurocentrism is a culturalist phenomenon in the sense that it assumes the existence of irreducibly distinct cultural invariants that shape the historical paths of different people. In other words, Eurocentrism, therefore, is not anti-universalist, since it is not interested in seeking possible general laws of human evolution. However, it does present itself as universalist, for it claims that imitation of the Western model by all people is the only solution to the challenges of our time. Identity for an African man is quite complex, particularly KwaBaThembu and Xhosa societies. A man and a woman in their lifetime acquire multiple names indicative of the life that they have lived. Yet, in all of the identity forming, there is one name that is revered at, being addressed by. Great pride is evoked when you are addressed by this. This particularly is Duko. Iziduko are the names of our ancestors and self in one, of which routine reference to this enables a connection of one with their ancestors. Thus, to be called by your ancestors is to name oneself and to locate yourself relationally. This form of relatability is known to induce a great sense of belonging among an African people, a realization of a spiritual connection with a place. It instantly turns that place into home. Masola argues that the concept of ukuzilanda is both metaphorical and spiritual, and fundamental to the process of ukuzilanda, of fetching yourself, is connecting yourself with your ancestors in the present time. Because ukuzilanda as a process insists that we must recognize that our ancestors constitute who we are in every experience we located in. So, uMadiba, or Nelson Mandela, as globally he would be referred to, read in the context of his peers, had a life marked by South Africa's political, or South Africa's politics of oppression, restriction, homelessness, landlessness, dehumanization, of which the post-democratic era, and even in the articulation of Mandela's scholarship, involves a deep understanding of the multiple locations in which his identity is formed. Madiba himself would refer to himself ngeSduko. He would refer to himself as Udiba, right? Along with the other names, of course, which he references their location in time. He tells us, okay, ndingudiba mna uyemyem. Those who know will continue it. He tells us that uKholihlahla is the name that was given to him by his family, and he tells us specifically, when he goes to school, the name that is given to him in the colonial schooling system is Nelson. This understanding is important because this particular identity of self versus the identity of Nelson Mandela, who is framed along the imagination of the post-apartheid and post-colonial African state. Diba is an identity that remains despite time and conditions. So it begs the question, what does an African university mean or seek to achieve when it locates itself within a colonially given name or identity? What would it mean for the university in Africa to locate itself under Udiba, an ancestral identity, as opposed to Nelson, a colonial identity? To Africanize university, as Ngwane notes, means bringing change to African universities by making them relate to the African experience and the societal needs which have emanated and continue to emanate from this experience. This entails the constructions of African space and knowledges must articulate the African experience, as Ramose reminds us. Okay. So technology, it's a brick thing. That's what's happening here. Sorry about that.
Let's press escape and see what happens. And then go to the right one. Which one?
It's this one. All right. Thanks, Doc. Sorry about that. I think the device is a bit tired. It's Friday now. So I wish to go to another story on this idea of memory of place and as heritage. A few years ago, one university had posted a seminar on decolonizing or establishing a decolonial hub. And they made this post on Twitter. Amongst the reactions to this was a racist critique by a white male who then says, as they comment, if they want to decolonize or Africanize the university, why don't they go ahead and teach under a tree? And so maybe, as Prof. Konou reminds us yesterday, we must insist on doing what the African must do. So what if we go and sit under a tree and teach, right? What if we fail at being white? Yesofu reminds us that the truly African university must be a university that draws its inspiration from the environment. So the tree becomes quite central. It grows from a seed that is planted and nurtured in the African soil. And for us, this implies that the university must be borderless and accessible. It must meet its students and its people where they are, instead of us having to go where it is. Now, I wish to pull us back to the story of Utatu Mtungwa of Ukhuga village. Umtungwa reminds us that landscapes, places, all of these carry memory and as such function as memory institutions. Memory institutions, according to Byrne, are spaces that transmit experiences and creativity across the borders of time and space. They give us language and customs, tribe and individuality. As institutions, they have their own memories enshrined in their collections and buildings as mutable as human memory. These memories echo through the institutions, shaping expectations and possibilities. And Dr. Rudo speaks about this in the institutional cultures that we then get exposed to when our bodies find themselves in these white institutions. It can be said that names and naming practices of people give us windows into events and values of particular places. Names of places are significant in the history of African existence, particularly because naming of place and places is not just a futile exercise. Names can give a history of a place, its characteristics. They become part of a cultural landscape. They make it possible for people to identify a location, and at the same time, memorializing the associated historical, social, and cultural scenery of that time. Renaming, therefore, does not make an institution anew, nor does it absolve it from its past. However, it does give institutions a narrative of transformation, and it gives us an idea in terms of how they want to spin the narrative of transformation. Whether society buys into this narrative or not, you decide if Mahabulile or not. This ideology also possesses a question to Africanizing institutions which are rebranding themselves anew. How do you claim to brand anew without acknowledging the old self? Upon finding a new identity, how much forgiveness and amnesty of the old are renewing institutions entitled to? Memory, thus, is not to be understood to mean the same as heritage, of which memory making sits as an intentional collection of memories to build an archive. Of which, of course, this archive can offer feelings of belonging and exclusion. Heritage, on the other hand, heritage, Imbali. Imbali, of course, it's a historical narrative that locates everyone in the story. The story, of course, that Utatu Mtungwa narrates of us, of Ikhucha village, places everyone within their place in history. This establishing of a structure by colonialists to host the ancestral property of different families and beings. The colonial and Eurocentric lens we see from this narrative will always see Africans as one, as monolithic. And in the cases where they do individualize and recognize individuality, such as the case of Unelson, Eurocentrism refuses to recognize him as Udiba. Instead, they use the name that suits them, which then insists that the Madiba they identify with is a Madiba that is palatable to Europe. Heritage as a framework for curating institutional cultures and as a lens from which one names places allows for inclusion in the narrative of Imbali of a place. As I said, Utatu Mtungwa tells us the colonialists have a place in history, the chiefs have a place in history, the villages have a place in history. Heritage, unlike history, does not carry itself within binaries. As such, memory reminds us that you can channel a good memory or you can channel a bad memory. But heritage becomes fundamental because heritage remains complicated. It remains layered, it remains inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gogo Mkhulu Kehla. You can also give her another round of applause, colleagues. Wow, what a heavy presentation. I think one of the keywords that we can underline there that I took, I think, is the term or word isiduko, which are the names of our ancestors. And it reminded me of this rhetoric that we don't have African universities, but we have universities in Africa. So I think this paper is calling us to really look back within ourselves. And I think in one of the presentations as well in the past 2 days, there were names that were being flouted. One of them, I think it was Professor Wadada Nabuderi, a Ugandan scholar, who also, I think Gogo's paper correlates and corroborates what he says, that we must go back to the original of the word to find meaning into what we are wanting to achieve, the Africa that we want. Going to our next speaker, colleagues, we are going to have a presentation by Dr. Ngubane, Dr. Johannes, rather, and Professor Ngubane. And I understand Madigizela Madia is not here. She will be presenting on transforming the quality of workspace provision for employees with disabilities in higher education. You can give her a round of applause while she steps in.
Okay, good day, colleagues. While we wait for them to put the presentation, I really appreciate the opportunity to, Johannes, to be part of this, excuse this one. let's see if it works. Yeah, it does. Yeah, of this conference. Thank you so much. This work emanates from a project that we did with our staff member who has since passed on, Dr. Smangele Mkwanazi, who came into UNISA, able-bodied and due to illness, became disabled. And I must say that it was actually quite humbling to see how that change in her body actually sparked the creation of this project, where we're looking at the quality of workspace provision for employees with disabilities in higher education. Normally, the research that we do looks at students, but we thought that sometimes when you do research, you get to a point where there's saturation. With students, it's the same questions, same answers, and we thought, okay, now that we are looking for the point of implementation, let's look at how then do you ensure that as much as students with disabilities are supported, but staff also that are also supposed to be a critical element of the academic project are also supported in ensuring that students have a positive learning experience. So the work, this particular chapter, which has been accepted for publication, it was done by Dr. Johannes, who's from the Quality Assurance Office, myself, and Professor Matigizela Matia. So the paper focuses on the alignment between policies, procedures, systems, and the lived experience of employees with disabilities to transform the quality of workspaces. For those that have read Matigizela's work, you'll notice that she talks about spatial justice, and those that have read my work will know that I talk about enhancing access for people with disabilities, and those that know Dr. Johannes, she focuses on quality. So we actually adopted the transdisciplinary approach to actually look at this particular phenomena. So I will not read the literature review, but we thought that we should touch on the fact that, you know what, as much as there are policy, mostly there's an issue when it comes to the issue, to the issue of quality workspace and how actually it's given. And I think this is critical because remember, since COVID, or what you'll call the VUCA, the workspace now has changed. All along when you spoke about disability, you were worried about the ramps, you were worried about toilets, you were worried about whatever. But since COVID now, we are talking about the online spaces, and you want to see if actually our staff members with disabilities are able to work within the online space and should feel supported when they do so. Now, I should draw your attention that it's not only academic staff. This research also included professional staff and administrative staff who are also supposed to be supported in ensuring that the academic project, which is the core, actually works. So employees with disabilities continue to experience discrimination in the workplace despite legislation that promotes diversity. And I think you all know South Africa doesn't have a problem with policies and all that. We are actually covered. And I think our university also is quite good with that. We have most of the legislation, but the issue comes at implementation. So though I'm not going to read this, but you'll see when you look at the dates that actually we've ensured that we look at quite recent literature on what is happening in this particular issue. So I've mentioned the issue that even the Commonwealth of Learning and the Council for Higher Education has highlighted the fact that all quality evaluation tools include the allocation of resources and physical facilities to identify the most suitable learning and working environments, but this has not actually focused on the digital platforms. And I would say that it's simply because and I'm not simplifying this, but there's an issue, I think, at all higher education institutions, that ICT seems to be just a separate entity that is talking to itself. It's almost as if they are there to do their own work. They are not actually articulating to the issue of supporting the academic project itself. Then when you look at Boshkoff asserts that the one main objective of creating and implementing system of key performance indicators in higher education is to create a motivating working environment. So that talks to the issue of the institutional culture. When we are working, are we actually trying to ensure that there is harmony and there is wellness for people to be able to actually perform? Then I go on to actually go to the crux of the work that we do, which is about the issue of access for people with disabilities. And I'll touch in saying that the United Nations documents actually are about creating an enabling environment in the labor market for people with disabilities. But what is also critical is that besides the United Nations, which tends to be the top, there is also our constitution, which is very, significantly states that an obligation to take proactive measures that ensure the promotion and protection of the rights of persons with disabilities. So when you are doing this work and trying to create a conducive environment for people with disabilities, you are not actually doing them a favor, which was happening before during the medical model and all the other models that were there. The approach now is more social rights informed, and it says that we should actually be conscious when we design our working spaces that we are proactively, we do not wait until a blind person comes in and then we say, what are we going to do with this person? We design the space to be inclusive for that person before they get in. Then again, the part of this democracy that we have is that we should be focusing more on removing barriers by putting into practice a number of disability laws and policies, and that includes, of course, the Higher Education Act and all the other acts that actually, but what is significant of all of them is the White Paper 6, which talks about inclusion. So the study was, of course, a case study. It happened in one ODL university because we had to first test within one single space. But since that project, the first data set has been analyzed and dealt with, we have now approached other ODL universities in the SADC region to actually extend the study to other ODL universities so that we can see how staff with disabilities are actually taken care of. So we had semi-structured interviews with this, and I must say that, like if you look at interviewee one, she was very heavy about disability identity, and I think it talks to what the other colleagues also spoke about, that you cannot focus on someone's disability without recognizing the self. They are there first as a person before seeing the issues that they have. And therefore, when we are designing our working space, we need to ensure that these people do not feel like they are not seen as people. Then again, there's someone who also touches on that and says, I cannot hide it. I cannot hide my disability because it's evident. Everybody knows and can see it. So the issue of people that would normally be worried about whether they have a disability or not is not actually an issue. People are worried about whether they are able to do the work that they are supposed to do within, because remember, they are just like you. They are professionals. And the fact that they have a disability should not even be an issue. We make it an issue because we don't design the space well. Then, of course, these are the issues of methodology, which I think normally matter in the paper, but when I'm talking to you, I think I'll pass them. What I'd like to focus on is that when all the analysis was done, we actually came up with, I think, 4 themes. that were actually talking to the whole issue of managing quality of workspaces for employees with disabilities. And I would like to use some extracts to just highlight for you the issues that actually came up. So you have this person who talks that, you know what, the university has the policies, yes. And you know, they even say, because another thing that we always say as abantu, as human beings, is that you need to be grateful so that you can be given more. So the idea is that when you are doing research, you are not always looking for negative things. You also want to see what is the university doing good for the employees with disabilities. So they did acknowledge that the strength is the fact that there is disability management, policies, and it's good, And we know that actually this policy is there to enhance support for the employees. Then you have others that will tell you that I don't have a clue, actually. I just know that you must declare your disability. Now, the question that we always ask as disability scholars is, why should I declare if you're not going to support me anyway? Or why should I declare and dehumanize myself if still you are not going to support me? So this thing of saying that I really don't know. I know that there is this disability management policies and whatever, but I really don't know what they do. And that talks to the issue of saying that it has become an institutional culture thing to have things in place. When you talk about bullying, all the people that are actually tasked to make sure there's no bullying, they will rush you to the policy. We have a policy for that. This and this happened. No, we have a policy for that. We are not talking about the policy. We are talking about whether that policy is actually enabling support for the people. People having a sort of like a conducive environment instead of just pointing them to policies. Then this other one says, you know what, this thing has, the policy has opened her eyes, to how much I actually don't know about the procedure now. And that talks to the whole issue of how you'll put things on the intranet and say, go and get it from there. But then if you are saying that the policy says I must be given this, what's the procedure for me to access those things? Who do I go to? And how does it actually go? So that's when we actually thought as the researchers that it's important that, it emphasizes the importance of policies for employment for employees with disabilities that are proactive rather than reactive, but also to ensure that these policies are sustainable, and also they are supported by processes and clear procedures on how that should be accessed. Then on the same theme, they talked about the issue of designation and levels and issues of work experience. And this was quite interesting when they said, you know what, the principle about disability is nothing about us without us. And it happens too often that the university or the line managers decide what is needed by staff and by students with disabilities, but what they know the law to be without the buy-in or consultation with these people. And I think also it's happening in most of our universities. We make these decisions, but rarely do we consult. Now, this talks to the whole thing of institutional culture. How do we get things passed? Do we wait until last minute and then we rush through? There's a meeting next week, people must come in. Now, if I may just share this briefly, if you are having a meeting with a person with disability, you are not inviting them alone. Some of them are escorted by caregivers. Some of them are escorted by family. Some of them, whatever it is. So when you're going to need to consult with them, you can't say it this week for next week, and then you say you consulted. You need to give them time so that they can consult the person that supports them to say, on this day, I need you to come with me so that you can take me and support me while I'm doing this. It gets worse. The South African government has made sign language an official language. Now, it means we are actually bordering on being unlawful. when we have consultations about disability without having sign language interpreters on site. And you cannot have one sign language interpreter for the whole day. A sign language interpreter is very heavy work. To you guys, it looks like, but it's heavy work on the arms, on the whole body. You stand the whole day. And as it is, we have our sign language interpreter who actually fell apart because she was overworked. And as a university, I wait to see what's going to be done when somebody has to even go for mental interventions because they've been overworked. So what I'm saying is that let's have these things, but think about actually how they are going to happen. But on top of that, now when we have sign language sign language as a language, we've just done budgeting. How many departments did budgeting for the sign language interpretation so that the students can be actually listened to when they come in? I'm sure no one. In case someone with who's deaf comes in for an interview, because we're talking about employees, how many of us have budgeted for that so that when they need to come in as a professor and they're deaf, we have the budget for that? Are we then going to start running around and looking for that one person who's supposed to? So I'm just trying to show you that the issue is that we have these things, but we are not clear on how they're going to work. Then, oh God, so it does the same. It freezes. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Even escape doesn't want to escape. Okay, it has escaped. And it has escaped to someone's, okay. Okay, then they also mentioned that there needs to be a more targeted approach towards employees with disabilities to ensure that they are supported. Then again, it was critical that they mentioned the issue of, you know what, it would be nice to have dedicated units within HR that are looking at how to support. I'm not talking about gadgets, I'm talking about any other work that has to do with student supervision and all other things. So one thing that really bothers is the lack of top management in how they handle the whole issue of employees with disabilities. It sort of looks like it's an afterthought, and they mentioned something which I think most of you do know and you've seen, which is where one person seems to be compassionate and they want to do the right thing, and when that person is there, therefore the employees will feel more supported. So they said the vice principal at a certain point was passionate about people with disabilities and addressing the inequalities and did things. At that time, things started happening at the Disability Steering Committee. So you can see that you are actually at someone's mercy. And I think that we shouldn't be working like that, where we actually have to wait for someone to want to do something for it to be done. Then when another person comes in, a new leader comes in, then there is no political will. Then the second theme was the lived experience as a quality construct. And here they mentioned that it will be actually nice to have the quality team actually coming in and making the positive working experience of a person with disabilities as a quality construct when they are doing their assessments. Whether that can happen, I don't know. And these ones, they highlight on, how one time they had to be carried up the stairs because the meeting was put on a floor where there's no lift. Can you imagine a woman like me being carried by men to go to a meeting? It's so dehumanizing. But unfortunately, that's what our employees with disabilities have faced in some of the universities. Then again, I always have someone in hand to help me with this and that. Collegiality is the key for me. And then this one touches, this is the positive that comes in, saying that if the department is close-knit, actually you have good relationships and you are collegial with your people, you actually feel more supported than when you are not in good terms. Then the theme that came up was the issue of available, adequate and appropriate resources for quality output. People here were looking at, how sometimes some land managers do not even consider that actually each and every disability differs. So they just assume as long as I have this, then it's covered, and unfortunately that doesn't work. So furthermore, the only problem that this process is that you have to be knowledgeable also about disability so that you are able actually to adapt when a person with a different disability comes in. Then the main other issue, which is the last theme, as I'm about to end, is the issue of performance management. The key quality as a key quality indicator. Now, we know that we have 4 key performance areas. It's teaching and learning, it's community engagement, it's research, and it's academic citizenship. Now, the question is, how do you design these particular KPAs for a person with disability so that they are also able to compete almost like equally with others? For example, if I'm on a wheelchair, I might not be able to go out into the communities because even our UNISA cars, some of them are not accessible. A wheelchair cannot go in. So how do you work in such a way that there is reasonable accommodation for these people? So the responses from the interviewees confirmed that by allowing employees with disabilities in this particular space to voice their needs from their individual perspectives and in their own words, we would pave the road for them to improve the quality of their online work environment and also just even on site. Moreover, highlighted the importance of listening to the voices of all the stakeholders when we craft quality policies and quality management systems. The resilience and fortitude of the interviews to carry on, despite the limited support provided by the employer, is actually noteworthy. There's no one who said, I don't want to be here. But at the same time, it's a serious indictment on higher education institutions that promises a conducive and welcoming working environment for all. Employees with disabilities had to purchase their own software and made to feel that by asking what they rightfully deserve is too much to ask, as if they actually don't deserve. Of course, there's an office that takes care of this, but sometimes it takes long for that to come in, and if someone knows that they're going to be assessed in their KPAs, they'll need to end up buying something for themselves. Then at the end, they talk about land managers are guilty of not knowing and understanding the individual needs of those they have been entrusted to lead. They will choose the easy way and they will just say, go home. People have been medically boarded without any support provided, rather than addressing the policies, procedures, and systems that will ensure a conducive working space. So the findings revealed the varied experiences of these people and highlighting the need to transform the provision and management of quality in workspaces. It's concluded that there's a need for more focused attention to the implementation of policies. Moreover, that by including the lived experience of employees with disabilities as a significant quality domain, a more comprehensive and holistic approach to disability management in higher education settings would be encouraged. There is also a need for consequence management for those who ignore the lack of quality in inclusive practices in workspaces. Furthermore, effective workplace provisions will improve both individual and institutional performance in higher education institutions. Thank you.
Wow, wow, well done. Another round of applause, please. What an important presentation and paper, and often neglected subject that we don't dwell on. I think one of the highlights that she mentioned is the perennial problem of policies that are always there, but policies that are not being implemented. And these policies, they need to be enabled to give a more human or humane condition. That's what Biko also wanted to see, a more human face or more humane conditions. We are running out of time. We are running late. We are going to our next presentation, which will be given by Sandiswa Lerato Kobe. It will be on the Kairos document, Black Theology and Ubuntu, a narrative of usurpation, manipulation, and assimilation in South Africa. Over to you, Ausi Lerato.
Thank you so much to the conference organizers for this opportunity. My name is Lerato Kobe, and I'm coming from the Department of Missiology, Christian Spirituality, and Church History. And of course, this is something that is coming out of my PhD thesis. I'm waiting for my results. Thank you. So, as a theologian, it's quite interesting to be in this space because a theology usually doesn't sometimes appear in this place because we assume that the theologians, the spirituality that our universities promote of God or are pure or innocent. So they never are subjected to question, but we also never think about all the discourses that we discuss in all our different disciplines, faculties, how theology plays a very crucial role. Because spirituality, someone spoke about monotheism, that is a Christian notion, one God that people must worship. I think, therefore, I am Deka. God was the theorizer. So the underpinning of the discourses, what kind of spirituality that underpins our discourses. When Deka says, I think, therefore, I am, he's theorizing from the Christian God perspective. The theorizer is God, but when you say ngabantu, and his focus is actually on becoming God, because that's what Christianity is about. How do we become gods? But if you talk about spirituality, Ubuntu, you speak about how do we become human. So this is the background where I'm coming from. And I'm going to skip there, but it's just that the kind of questions that I am interested in as a scholar. So the structure of my paper, abstract, then I discussed the Black theology of liberation phases, the church struggle against apartheid, confession, and Rustenburg amid the Kairos document call for justice, due to the TRC forgiveness, Ubuntu, and justice, South Africa's reconciliation discourse as a narrative of integration, forgetfulness, reconciliation, forgiveness, and Ubuntu, a narrative of usurpation, manipulation, and assimilation. I'm reading this so that if I don't get to it because of time, you know what are the key points, areas of the paper. In theology, theologians usually wrestle with the notion of reconciliation. I mean, the whole discourse of Christian theology is based on reconciliation with God. You know, the whole thing, sin, we fell in the Garden of Eden, all that stuff. So that is the occupation. Black theology of liberation, then out of that context, Black theology, of course, is a discourse that we can claim. Well, recently, Cornel West and Panashe Chukwumadzi published a paper that my great-great-grandfather, actually Ntsikane, is the father of Black theology. Though in South Africa we usually claim Biko is the father of Black theology, but Ntsikane is the first to question the whole notion of Western Christian discourses in South Africa. And then the Black solidarity phase. So then here I will just discuss those phases that I'm mentioning. So of course this is influenced by the Fallist discourse.
because we found ourselves in post-1994, we are faced with a neo-apartheid and neo-colonialism anchored in the same pillars of apartheid and colonization. These pillars include the Christian church, particularly the settler colonial churches and missionary colonial churches, and theological education perpetuated in South African universities, which continues to perpetuate and advance narratives of reconciliation, forgiveness, and Ubuntu that are rejected in the current Black struggle for liberation and justice within Black theology and in the Black church. Both Christian theology and political education in South Africa play a sophisticated game of blame, where Christians blame the politician, it is Mandela, and the politicians blame the Christians, it is Desmond Tutu. The church and universities' sophisticated strategies to sustain and maintain colonialization, subjugation, and oppression of the poor in South Africa remains pivotal. I believe that the biggest mistake was at the Rustenburg Conference in 1990, 5 years after the Kairos document of 1985 was produced. So what sets my paper apart is that I show how Professor Willie Jonker from Stellenbosch and Desmond Tutu jeopardized the project of justice in the New South Africa, which also affected our universities. Vuyani Ntintile in 1993 notes that, before I get that, so Black theology developed these phases. Interestingly, that the people don't know this. Black theology has theories of how oppression operates and how liberation can be achieved. The first phase is the Black solidarity phase. This phase, the father is Steve Biko. The Black solidarity phase focused on conceptualization of oppression, mainly focusing on racism as the cause. The main concern was how racism victimized Black people. In the analysis of the phenomenon of racism, Black theologians posited that racism had subjective and objective dimensions. The subjective dimensions had to do with the psychological impact racism had on Black people. The objective dimensions had to do with the social, cultural, political, and economical effects of racism on Black people. In a nutshell, for whites to perpetuate the myth of Black inferiority, they must first denigrate everything Black humanity, especially Black culture, Black history, Black ways of knowing, spirituality, and all other things. In this analysis, oppression, the social psychological dimensions of racism are emphasized. Thus, liberation is viewed as the elimination of racism with all its attendant evils. In the end, liberation is viewed as the realization of the anti-racist society in which Black people are treated as human beings entitled to enjoy the privileges of their country. In such a society, the contribution of Black people is fully recognized. Their culture, their history are accorded the place of honor it deserved in society. There's even a famous quote from Biko where it says that today we have people coming from other parts of the world coming to tell Bantu people what it means to be Umuntu. The second phase of Black theology, this phase was, of course, found, the father is Steve Biko, but it was actually theologians who wrote on it a lot is Professor Manas Buthelezi, Mokheti Mohabi, Professor Takatso Mufukeng, and others. The second one is Black solidarity, the material phase, concentrated on revealing the dimensions of class, race, and gender. This phase focused on the oppression of the Black working class, arguing that the Black working class bears the brunt of oppression. The strand asserted that though Black people suffered for being Black, not all Black people experience suffering in the same way and to the same extent. And I think here they were referring to the bourgeoisie and stuff. The argument was that the Black working class suffered more than the petty bourgeoisie. This phase also reflected on the oppression of Black women and pointed out that the situation of Black women was far worse because they oppressed because they are Black, because of their race, their gender, and social class position. Oppression in this phase had to do with economic exploitation, racial subjugation, and sexism. Liberation for this phase meant eliminating the conditions that led to exploitation and dehumanization of Black people in general, the Black working class and the Black woman. This phase represented a vision of a liberated South Africa where black workers and black women enjoyed full participation in every aspect of society. And this phase was Professor Itumela claimed affected all South Africans regardless of race and color. The core of apartheid as the seen and understood from non-racialist phase viewpoint was identified as legalized racism with the lack of democracy that it entailed. This phase suggested that apartheid affected both black and white South Africans, specifically denied the right of a black person to vote and to be elected to political office in South Africa, and barred the white South Africans who were aware of democratic ideals from practicing them. Moreover, the system separated black and whites from being neighbors, attending the same churches or school, or marrying. Liberation was seen as the ideal. It was seen as the eliminating of apartheid and extension of democracy to all South Africans, regardless of race, creed, and color. The vision championed by this phase is that of a non-racial democracy society in a united South Africa, and the Freedom Charter was perpetuated by this phase. And the people who, of this phase was Desmond Tutu, of course, your Frank Chikane. Can I have water? Thank you. And Frank Chikane. Dinile writes that all the strands made a tremendous contribution to the theoretical analysis of oppression and liberation in praxis of liberation. More importantly, he writes that all three strands had their weaknesses and strengths. The strength of the black and solidarity strand, and of course the material one, was that the interlocutor was a blackness, and it was seeking to humanize black people physically, but also spiritually and psychologically. And this phase, actually, it's the one that called for throwing away the Bible. Because Professor Itumeleng Masola asked if we actually need the Bible. We should throw the Bible away and speak about African spirituality. This phase also is the one, these two phases are the ones that also spoke about that the Bible was not innocent. The Bible must be questioned, for example, on the role of the women and stuff. So then the third phase, the non-racial strand, was the most simple of all of them, and it was the most shallow. And in fact, this is the phase in South Africa that became the idea that then South African rallies are around, because they thought that by ending apartheid, legalized apartheid, that was the end of everything. So these are the phases of black theology. And then there is the Kairos document. Of course, I must say something about Desmond Tutu, though, is that the Professor Tinyigo Maluleke says that you cannot read these phases out of context and not together. Because what makes it the last one, the Freedom Charter one phase, was the whole violence that was happening in the 80s. So even the analysis became so superficial because people were dealing with violence. So that's why Prof. Tinyigo Maluleke says that we must read these phases in connection with one another. For example, Desmond Tutu, you can say that he was on the black solidarity phase, the black solidarity material phase, and the non-racial phase, because he taught at FETSEM. And FETSEM is the university that actually, we usually say in theology, white people burn it down because they were tired of the radical that was coming from them. And then now I'll jump to the Kairos document. Of course, the Kairos document is more like a church document, really church document, unlike the black theology discourse. The Kairos document, but what made it special is that it was black theologians who were part of it, and with people like Alan Busak. The Kairos document argued that I don't know, it's not moving again. that the Kairos document was evil, the apartheid system was evil, and it was all Satan, but they used the radical language, Christian language, and they spoke against state theology, church theology, and prophetic theology. In fact, they are the ones that the church didn't want to associate it with, because they argued that if the police come to Soweto and kill people, what do you expect people to react like? So it was seemingly for the church, they were supporting the violence that was happening in South Africa. So the church wanted to distance itself. People like Desmond Tutu did not sign the Kairos document. Of course, I argue that he didn't sign it because it was a political game, because at that time they wanted to advance him as the Archbishop of the Anglican Church. And if you understand the role of the Anglican Church in South Africa and the state, the Anglican Church blesses every president that comes. It's actually the church that says, okay, God has ordained you to become the president of. So it plays that important role. So he could not have signed the document, because then the white people in the Anglican Church will not allow him to become the Archbishop. So now, jumping to reconciliation and transformation in South Africa is a discourse that has been discussed within the white churches. Of course, it was for them, do we allow the blacks? Because the settler churches, the Afrikaner churches, they didn't want to even convert black people, because they argued that these are non-beings, these are animals, they can't be part of our spirituality. So the settler churches did it for a long time. They didn't convert black people. In fact, they are the ones that radicalized Makhanda. Ncele was converted by one of the Afrikaners in one of the farms. But when he realized that these people are not, I don't see him as a human being, that's how he became so radical. Then we have the second church, which is the missionary colonial churches, which is, these ones are your Anglican churches, the Methodist Church. If you look at the ANC, the conference and everything, slate, and you look at the Methodist Church, you'll see it's the same. They actually took it from the Methodist Church, the ANC. So these ones are the ones that were closer to, like the Methodist Church was the foot soldier. If you look at the expropriation of land, it's a chain in Southern Africa. The Methodist Church arrived first, the land is away, then it gives it to the Anglican. The Anglican Church are the elites that reports to the Queen and the British Empire and all of these things. So if you don't understand the role, this thing about the church in South Africa, the discourse on land and everything, you will really miss it. So now, they've discussed, they have all those church documents. Of course, one of the reasons we have those phases of black theology, because black theologians rejected reconciliation. They first argued that we don't even arrive at the same, because the black people, the Christian church wants to convert. If you read Mudimbu, convert, and then it will talk about abstract notions of God and all these things. But the black theologians and black church is not about conversion, it's about humanizing. So it's not about making the non-believer a believer. It's about humanizing the dehumanized, you know. So the argument was that we can't even discuss the reconciliation because we don't even start at the same discourse. So now I'll be rushing. So there is then the Rustenburg conference that for me was really where we lost our, the whole discourse as black theologians. Because here we had our own black theologians, Desmond Tutu, who presented this whole notion of justice and everything. But what makes it more is the response of Professor Willie Jonker at the Rustenburg conference. So Professor Willie Jonker comes from the Dutch Reformed Church. He was a professor at Stellenbosch. the church was called by F.W. de Klerk to make a space for negotiations and reconciliation. In this conference, though Tutu argued that you can't ask for forgiveness or ask for to reconcile when you still have my pen, but Jonker argued that this whole liberation theology, black theology, was not the church business. The church business is not about that. The church business is about praying. And so he then, in his conversion on behalf of the Dutch Reformed Church, he dismissed black theologies, and he apologized on behalf of the Dutch Reformed Church, which Desmond Tutu then strolled in the podium to forgive him. For me, this was actually the biggest mistake. That's where all our problems began. When one man asked for forgiveness on behalf of a church, that's where apartheid came from. Before it became a policy, it was a theology that was taught in the Dutch Reformed Church and taught at Stellenbosch. So then Tutu is moved by this kind of thing, and then he offers forgiveness on behalf of people who were there. And black theologians, in fact, people left that conference apparently because they were really not happy with what he did. But this then is taken, if you see the whole narrative of the TRC, it begins from the Rustenburg conference, because then it became a framework of what happened between Desmond Tutu and Jonker, how reconciliation can be done in South Africa. And then the TRC was established. And at the TRC now, what is more interesting is that Desmond Tutu now needed to take those discourses that black theologians have engaged throughout time and find a way to manipulate them as if they were forming part of the TRC. But we know people like Professor Itumeleng Masola actually walked out of the negotiations. They didn't support the negotiations. Then we have this new definition of Ubuntu that I call the Christianized Ubuntu, because then Desmond Tutu takes Ubuntu and makes it forgiveness, which is now alienated from African spirituality, African culture. It becomes something else. You see how Metz and they discuss Ubuntu. It's a very problematic. So Desmond Tutu Shem, in his defense, he came from a very radical background. But it's this thing, I think one of the speakers spoke about it, this thing of being the first and being whatever. I don't think he even realized himself when now he has formed part of the masses that he's standing against. So this is, then he moved from this very radical person to a very problematic person now who's standing as a chain on our necks that we can't even breathe now because we're told Ubuntu and forgiveness and reconciliation. And these discourses are taught to students in these universities. Reconciliation, Ubuntu, forgiveness, they are all, these are Christian concepts. Even Europeans, what shocked me when I'm doing my PhD in Europe, and when I came there, they said to me, oh my God, you are doing a PhD on Desmond. You see, for us, when you do something, we revenge. And then now you are talking about Ubuntu. This is fascinating for us, you know, as and if you looked at Biden, 2021, he came bring president for 13 soldiers killed in Afghanistan. We shall never forgive, we shall never forget, but we are celebrating the global South, South Africa, when we talk about reconciliation. Look at these blacks that are forgiving. So for me, at the end of the day is that, now to just sit down, is that part of the problem that we're having, I think it is what you referred to, and I think my sister also referred to it. It's this thing. The question is the question of being. The slave must always forgive the master, because that's what it is. But the master, because the master is God, the theorizer, I think, therefore I am, is God, therefore is unquestionable. Whatever they do to you, you must be able to forgive, to reconcile with your oppressor, even if they are oppressing you. So thank you so much.
Yeah. Amen. Well, we had to indulge her on that moment. It will be interesting what kind of questions will emerge during the Q&A session on this presentation. Colleagues, folks, I'm being reminded that we are running behind time. We should be on lunch now. I think what we're going to do now, we are going to go to the Q&A section, and then you will present after lunch. Yeah. This is because of it's a Friday, colleagues, and we have some of our delegates who are traveling very far, so we need to bear that in mind. So I'm sure if we can all be understanding and have about 30 minutes lunch, but now I'm going to open the floor for Q&A session. Can I see a show of hands for those? 1, 2, 3, okay. Okay, it seems like we're gonna have 3 questions. So in that order, Prof. Zethu.
Thank you so much, and thank you to the presenters. I just want to say, it's not a question to Lerat, but I'm tying what I want to say with the point you made in your final statement, where the Europeans say, when somebody hurt them, they revenge. That's very important when we look at institutional cultures, because we can't remove an institutional culture from the culture of a people who designed the institution. We have institutions designed by people who revenge, who don't even revenge because no one ever attacks them, who provoke. At all time, in all history, they have a history of provoking. These are institutions built by people who these people, they compete, hence we have rankings and ratings, because competition is part and parcel of their culture. They are brutal, hence we have leadership and management systems that you should be brutal. You cannot have conversation, negotiations, or any of that. So what I'm saying is, in all universities world over, a culture of an institution is the culture on which the land stands I mean. So here, this is Africa. Our university today, the university we say is the university of the land. So it's up to the people of the land to ensure that what is reflected in what we do as people employed by the University of the Land is the reflection of the land on which the buildings stand. With Uspokazi, thank you very much. I wanted more of the story. Maybe some time in the year when you present again, just do more of the actual story. It was beautiful to listen to the voice of Utatu Mdungwa. I wish I could spend the whole day listening to that. When you projected Imbali and history alongside each other, that's when I saw truly we cannot translate English, our languages into the English languages, because Imbali is a story of a people. History is a story of Western men who were on a cruel adventure. And also our naming practice, if you look, you provided you historicize how we name through the voices of people Bagwakefu. We see that we name after the environment. You provided the reasons. And also I think part of the reasons is that we honor the environment. We honor we call it Ipagade because it will live forever. We honor it for hosting us in our mortal journey because, Lord, now we will leave it here. It will never go. We never name after human beings. Like even Omar Diba, it will be too limiting a name because he's never just a one person. He also carries the maternal sides, many sides of the maternal family. The grandmother, we want to know her clan name as well. His mother, we would also want to incorporate. That's why we can't name after human beings because they are so complex. Thank you very much.
I think the second question was over there.
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you very much. Thank you all for the wonderful presentations. Mine is just a very short and straightforward question to Dr. Rudo. I just wanted to ask that based on your findings and based on your research, future research directions do you think are important in this area and then one can just tap into that haven't been touched on enough? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the third one was from that side. So you'll be the fourth hand.
Is it afternoon already? Yes, afternoon. I have a number of questions. I currently serve as a deputy chair of the UNISA Student with Disability Forum. And as Prof. Mwana was speaking, it was like a preaching session. My table here will know I was just getting jittered and excited, and I'll start there mainly for critical questions that you addressed. One, spaces are not being proactive, and you rightly said it. Osi Sophie is currently the only staff member that is doing sign language interpretation for UNISA. And others serve on a temporary basis within the institution. And the work in itself has gotten to a point whereby it's overwhelming for her. And you'll find that sometimes she'll be at events and she'll be the only one there. And you find maybe the session is about 3 hours. That's way too much. And recently, as students with disabilities, during the SRC elections, we had lodged a complaint with the institution. And we were complaining about a student structure that had used sign language to campaign. Mainly if you are someone who speaks a language and you do not stay true to its linguistic essence, you are really just propagandist in your approach, and you're not truly addressing it. The outcome of that is that the student structure, we said we will be willing to accept an apology. And we said, but implement what the guidelines of elections are. And what happened is that is saying like, nah, as long as they've apologized, we'll allow them to continue within their election. It was seen as if we were trying to be politically motivated or squabbles and stuff. But the truth of the matter is that there was an automatic disqualification. And there was evidence of the institution of UNISA not respecting the rights of persons with disabilities within the institution. Recently, we had to stage a protest by the library escalator. Mainly, so I'm someone who uses a crutch, and you find that that particular escalator by the Anton Lambeda Library has been inactive for close to I've been a student of UNISA now close to 4 years. And that escalator has only been working one side for the last 4 years in this institution that I've been at. And it was a case of the institution having students stay there and protest. Now it's working constantly, and they're making sure, because we even had to bring in DAFSAS and so forth, it was trending on social media. So it then says, what you then spoke about is that we are then dependent on other people for people to respect my rights. I have a massive problem with the institution as well. Declaration of my disability in the institution also entitles me to certain fees deduction. But on top of that, they say I need to submit a SASSA letter that I'm receiving a SASSA grant from government. Yes, I'm unemployed, it's fine. But I personally don't want to go there and say, government, give me that money or something like that. So currently, because of I don't want to go and apply for a SASSA grant, I cannot get a discount at this institution, which is a violation on its own, because now you're putting my disabilities, you're saying to me, my medical records are not enough. My proof of evidence, testimonials are not enough, which are degrading already that I have to submit. But I submit because I need to ensure that I verify, because yes, I understand certain people lie about certain things. But then on top of that, you're saying to me, also get a letter from SASSA so that we can add to this, so that you can also qualify for this in a particular or service that we're offering. And then in itself is saying to
me... My brother, please,
I'm
going to ask you to succinctly wrap up your question.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, be direct, please.
Yeah. I'm sorry, it's just... But in itself is that you cannot have that. Lastly, my mother removed her name Smangel, and it was mainly because she felt the meaning of the name did not have what she felt. Both my names come from isiSwati. It was an argument between her and my grandmother. And to the day she passed, she remained with the European name because she respected culture so much that she had asked her mother to say, please give me a new name, because the one that you gave me it has certain elements that I don't feel identify positively in my life. And it's basically that type of situation. Okay, I wanted to go in further with that, but I got carried away in that other one. Sorry.
Thank you very much. I think there was a fourth hand here. Yeah. I think there's a roving mic somewhere. So once that question has been asked, we are going to the next presentation quickly. And then colleagues, you'll process those questions and then you respond to them after the lunch. Ne?
Oh, can I proceed to?
Yeah, but be short, be as
very
brief
shortly.
as possible.
Yeah, okay. The vacuum of the political landscape of the country. The first presenter, the question maybe could be directed to. We saw the union front of all the political parties, they're all united with one vision: office must fall. So will the wake up of today, fast forward after the Julius and the other guys were suggested to step aside. And now we can ask if the political conversion, which is struggling to meet the quorum of 11 parties to contest the 2024 political elections. We think, is it the political vacuum of the country is changing, the landscape is changing, or also the global social efforts by philanthropies? We believe also currently Jacob Zuma is facing the challenge with asking for Advocate Billy Downer to recuse. So do you think the global social efforts of political philanthropy did have an impact also even today? Black consciousness, black men, you are on your own. Black men, you are on your own land. Or black men, melanin, whatever. The militarization of universities too. We also like to see. So during the protest of women, women students putting themselves in the front line by offering flowers and
thank you very much, my brother. I think we got you there.
Sure.
Black Consciousness, Steve Biko. Colleagues, as indicated earlier, some of our delegates are running behind schedule. They are traveling far, so they're going to miss their flight. So I'm going to call now Nonkosi Chwalana to give us a presentation on barriers to transformation, challenges to effective employment equity practices.
Your presentation should be here.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and whilst I'm looking for my presentation, I just want to apologize profusely. I know my other speaker has left due to our flight, and I had to be at home. So that's the only flight that we've got. We are very sorry about this. Well, colleagues, our presentation is about barriers to transformation, with a particular reference to challenges of employment equity. I don't see it, it doesn't show. Okay, colleague, okay, thank you, Chair. My presentation is looking at the context of our EE, the problem statement in terms of what has been done, in terms of research that has been done thus far, as well as the findings, and also some perennial problems that continue 20 or 30 years after this research, and also look at the conceptual framework and then propose a way forward. And if you look at the employment equity context, it's because it is, we know where it comes from, it's because of the indelible legacy that was left by apartheid, and it continues to divide us and continues to, it's characterized by quite a number of issues, race, culture, and everything. But if you look at what the research that has been done by various researchers, including commissions that are responsible for that, if you look at the Commission for Employment Equity, the Commission, the South African Human Rights Commission, the CGE Commission for Gender Equality, if you look at all of them, the research from 2018 to date, they come up with one conclusion of saying the slow pace of transformation. Slow pace of transformation up until it, and some were even saying it will take 20 to 30 years before we look into that. But also looking at the findings that were done by the Vital States in statistics in 2023, you look at the issues of higher education participation in terms of gender and in terms of race and all those issues, but you see a participation rate of Africans is far below other groups. And again, if you look at the findings that looked at the academic staff, the findings of the head count of academic staff by gender, you look at where the professors are, associate professors, senior lecturer, lecturers, up to, from junior lecturer to a professor, you look at the trend. The trend is showing not even a percentage of African women, and even, of course, there's men, both Africans in terms of gender. So you can, the story is telling itself. It's self-explanatory of what is happening in the higher education space. Again, if you look at this study looked at the higher education leadership from the council, VCs, your DVCs, executive directors, up to even your registrars, because those are the decision makers. And we look at it, it paints a very bleak picture of what is happening in terms of slow pace of transformation. And you see how the blue is represented to show that we are nowhere into the ladder. So it shows these findings, they really show that since we are almost 30 years, 25 years into democracy, but we are still talking about these statistics. Maybe it will take another 30 years before we get in. But if you look at perennial problems that continue to dominate the studies, it's the appointment of people with disability, as Prof was even saying. We are still at 1.1%, and across all public institutions. The issue of women, appointment of women in leadership is also another perennial problem, and in top management, it remains a challenge. 3 decades since democracy, The issue of continued underrepresentation of women at senior academic ranks, such as full professor, associate professor, registrars, and senior lecturers. Underrepresentation of designated groups, of course, in certain occupational issues. Appointment of foreign nationals at non-critical position. There is also no concrete plan, because I want to stress on that. There is no concrete plan in place to redress and to accelerate employment equity within the context of gender diversity and inclusivity in the higher education. Employment equity is still handled as qualitative, in other words, at numbers, not quantitatively, because not qualitatively, and to ensure retention and quality of work life. It just now, the quantitative approach of looking at numbers when you talk about EE is one that leads to the so-called employment targets driving at becoming a lonely journey on the road because of other vulnerable factors that come on the way, and some of them, they end up leaving their job, or just getting out of the system because we are not looking at the quantitative approach. Of course, I will be very fast, Chair. The conceptual framework that we are using is that of Rao and Silva. It talks about the deep structure model of organizational transformation. If you look, for instance, those who have done linguistics, the deep structure, it means the semantics, in other words, the concept of what is happening. So we are also looking at the issues of intersections, because it's one of the key issues that describes that this deep structure model of Rao is looking at the cause effect of the visible in any institution. You get visible power, which is seen by everyone. You see, as I've shown you in your findings, in the findings of the leadership. This is visible power, but there are also invisible power. Invisible is not seen but perceived and observed maybe by other attitudes or behaviors and all those issues. So you see those issues of sexism, isms, all those isms that you feel are overt racism, subtle racism and subtle sexism and all those issues. The same applies with the hidden power, those that is sometimes, especially in the knowledge production, in your teaching and learning, your research, your curriculum and knowledge production. That's where you get a lot of this hidden power, because it is it dominates the program. But I have combined this model with the intersectional model because they talk to each other. If you look at how these visible powers, this is what also Crenshaw as well as Hooks talk about when they talk about intersections, that we cannot talk about issues of race, gender, separate. I am Nonkosi, I am a woman, gender works, I'm a female, I have a disability, one. Don't go to another. We can't go another and knock and say we're going to study about race. You leave me as a person. Hence, we are looking at the issues of these equality markers are conceptual peers. They might contradict, but they coexist in one individual of myself. So there's the issue of saying, let's not look at these issues as if race, you do another study in another individual. This is a holistic approach. This is what this conceptual framework is talking about, that a conceptual approach in terms of equality markers. And if, for instance, the recommendations, I'm just rushing to recommendations to say, you look, for instance, look at these issues of visible power, as I've already indicated, what it is and what it shows. It shows that once people say, sorry, we are talking about, because the recommendation I'm bringing forth is gender mainstreaming, because whether you're talking about race, culture, class and everything, you are talking to a human being. That human being can be a male or a female or a gender non-conforming person. So it should be gendered. That's why we need our institutions to be gendered. in order to ensure that they recognize, because going to employment equity, if the dean does not understand that there is also an issue of gender mainstreaming in the curricula in all those issues, he or she will not understand that there's a need to apply this into employment equity, because he sees employment equity as another separate numerical issue that is done in enrollment or in admission. But if he knows the qualitative approach to this is what I'm just saying. My recommendation is saying in terms of employment equity, it is not about fixing numbers. It is about fixing everything in the institution, fixing the institution. You fix your institutional culture, you fix your you fix the institution in terms of all those, I know Kit calls the 6 economies. The 6 economies of transformation speaks about fixing those in terms of administrative economy, management economy, intellectual economy, affective economy. Fix those in order to ensure about this, and fix the knowledge production that Kit refers to as intellectual economies. So these are the issues that I'm saying. If we go the organizational route, we will not be saying we add employment equity here at a certain corner. The other corner is discussing gender-based violence. The other corner is talking about gender. We will not reach anywhere. For instance, in the US, they used to have this employment commission of gender. For instance, now they are calling it equality mainstreaming, because of the fact that they realize that people don't understand. They think when you say gender, you mean women, which is not the case. These are the issues that needs to talk, we'll be talking about institutions. So when we're talking about gender mainstreaming as an issue, I've used the UN and Silva's interpretation of gender mainstreaming here. These are the issues of capability of our institution. Are they capable to take all these issues? Because the systems of those issues, your policies, your everything, your knowledge production, and the last one I liked, I don't know whether it was Prof. Ngubane who was saying, the issue of commitment and leadership, that it should be in the performance agreement of this line management, from the VC to the top. This issue of gender mainstreaming must be in the pockets, in the performance agreement. It must be included. And Chair, without wasting your time, I've just given here an introduction because I'm rushing now. I'm just giving just an explanation of gender mainstreaming, and also sharing even the challenge that in 2015 Kit and Swartz spoke about, the transformation challenge. It needs a multi-dimensional and multidisciplinary approach. As long as we continue teaching, having this COP for gender, COP for COP for whatever, we are not going to win. They will compete and compete until the other one gives away, and EU transformation is going to be dragged into the narrative that says it will take 20 or 50 years to transform, which is not the case. We must dispel the myth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You can give her another round of applause. Perennial problems. And I think someone also said it nicely yesterday, that we have all these beautiful things, but we are going nowhere slowly. Colleagues, on that note, we're going to break for lunch. I think those questions and comments that were asked, we can process them. And some of you who didn't get an opportunity to ask questions, you can engage our delegates during the lunch break. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much.
Dr. Mpope will take my questions because we're working together. So when I'm gone, he will.
Thank you, Menokosi. Have a nice travel back home. Thank you.
Let me get your number. Okay. Give us phone. Sorry,
Thank you very much. Welcome to the third and the final session of our beautiful and informative conference. We are going to continue as we enjoy our luncheon, a good luncheon indeed. The theme for our last session is Fourth Industrial Revolution and the COVID-19. A Fourth Industrial Revolution is one of the key focus areas that have gained the prominence in the 21st century. I won't talk much about it, but I will say that as something of high prominence, COVID-19 came to ask us as higher institutions a salient question. Are we ready to operate in the Fourth Industrial Revolution space? Our good researchers are going to answer that question. I will call on stage the following presenters. Forgive me for mispronouncing names, beautiful names and surnames. Allen Naidu, and then Nkomo Heleng Wohapa. Sorry for mispronunciation, I tried. And Daniel Mlambo, this one I want to apologize, I've pronounced it correctly. And Miss La Poshia Masang, I've also pronounced it correctly because it is Nguni. I am Nguni as well. We are going to be economic with the time because we are already running late. People want to catch their planes and some want to run away from traffic jam. So we are going to stick to 15 minutes per presenter so that we could have time to engage the presenters. Allen Naidu, the floor is yours.
That's fast.
I'll tell you when it is 5 minutes to go.
Okay, but this is not mine.
Yes, maybe load Naidu's slides.
Good afternoon, everyone. I feel really honored to be given the opportunity to present this afternoon. I know it was a very long 3 days and tiring 3 days, and I promise I will not be, I'll take much of your time. I wouldn't take much of your time. Just waiting for, while we're waiting. Yes, that's me, sir. Is it not projecting? All right, once again, good afternoon, everyone. I see it's not projecting as yet, and people can barely see me over this. I apologize, I should have worn my heels today. Yes, now it's projecting. I know it's a Friday afternoon, so I thought I'll provide some comic relief. So please humor me with the little comic things. I'm going to try to be very careful. Thank you. That was very kind of you. I'll try to be very quick and brief. I'm currently doing a study about applying 4IR leadership competencies to transform our higher education institutions. I'm just going to do a very quick background of the study. Like the chair for the session said, 4IR has been very pervasive in the last few years, and if we don't recognize it as HEIs, then we are really lagging behind. So very quickly, in a world challenged by unprecedented social and environmental changes, characterized by disruptive, rapid technological changes and digitization, the way organizations function and how they provide services must be aligned with these changes. Since the primary function of HEIs is to prepare the current and succeeding generations for this world that they live in and will work in, the imperative for HEIs is for HEIs to drive this change that will meet the expectations of this 4IR landscape.
However, we find ourselves and the HEIs to be, for HEIs to be forward-thinking and sustainable, they must realize the need for effective leadership within the organization to survive in this volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, otherwise known as VUCA 4IR environment. Although traditional leadership skills such as creating and communicating a clear vision, management and communication skills, motivating and empowering others are still important in this day of technology, new 4IR leadership competencies such as lifelong learning, digital leadership, management and communication, and conflict management skills, empathic skills, and agility skills are essential to transform HEIs to meet the global challenges. And therefore, stemming from this introduction, the purpose of this research is to critically analyze employees' perceptions concerning how and to what extent are senior managers in an identified HEI applying 4IR leadership competencies to transform their HEI to ensure sustainability of the institution. The background and rationale of the studies considers the following. Technological innovation coupled with the VUCA 4IR environment has resulted in impactful managerial and leadership challenges. Leaders must be mindful of these exogenous forces and guide their teams when making business decisions that would impact on the sustainability of their organizations and apply 4IR leadership competencies to shape and direct organizations to a future that reflects its values and success. Leaders must develop a comprehensive and globally shared view of how technology is affecting the lives of their employees. And at a macro level, how is it reshaping the economic, social, cultural, and human environments? However, current leaders are still applying traditional linear thinking and are too immersed in multiple crisis management to think strategically about the forces of disruption and innovation shaping the organization's future. So what does this call for? This calls for Leadership 4.0, a leadership style aligned with the fourth industrial revolution. Leadership 4.0 is a term coined for those leading the fourth industrial revolution and digital transformation in their organizations. We need leaders who are emotionally and culturally intelligent and able to model and champion cooperative working, leaders who will coach rather than command, will be driven by empathy and not ego. This 4IR landscape requires leaders who can build teams, keep people connected and engaged, and drive a culture of innovation, risk tolerance, and continuous improvement. These 4IR leadership competencies are essential to sustain and transform HEIs so that they have whole and comprehensive institutional credibility, high accountability towards society, shows efficiency in its operations, develops a qualified graduate as internal management which is transparent and meets the standard. Based on the above background and the rationale of the study, the research question for the study can be encapsulated as follows. How and to what extent are senior managers applying 4IR leadership competencies to transform HEIs? So I'm not going to go over the entire, sorry, I think I missed a slide. I'm not going to go over the entire literature review, but the contextualization of the literature focused on the 4IR landscape and its impact on HEIs, what are 4IR leadership competencies, and the need for 4IR leadership competencies to transform HEIs to align with the current 4IR landscape and the impending 5IR landscape, which we all know is just around the corner. This study is analyzed through the lens of the 4IR leadership theories, which states that 4IR leaders must be, firstly, social supers. This type of leadership persona considers societal initiatives to be essential to their business model in 4IR. These leaders show a genuine commitment to improving society both within and beyond the organization, and emphasize these beliefs ahead of financial performance. They must be data-driven, decisive. These are leaders who promote investment in technology and innovation. The boldness in technology selection made by such leaders allows organizations to be trendsetters in Industry 4.0. They must be talent champions. These leaders focus on ensuring their workforce is adequately trained and supported by Industry 4.0 way of operation. So I'm not going to emphasize too much on the qualitative design. I did use a qualitative case study strategy. My data was collected through semi-structured individual interviews based on open-ended questions. What I did was I collected data from 4 junior employees and 4 middle management employees, they were selected from the different departments of the institution that the case study was done on. The interview questions draws from the 4IR leadership competencies. The sampling, I used purposeful sampling, obviously because it was a case study. And then the data analysis, I used content analysis, both inductive and deductive, because I drew from the interviews and from the questions from 4IR leadership. And this data was then analyzed through the lens of 4IR leadership theories. So I don't know if you can see it, but this was just from some of the responses that I took out from the raw data. Obviously, due to time, I couldn't present too much, but some of the things that the respondents said. I cannot say that we have a clear vision in this institution. We as individuals have our own goals, and the institution has its own goals. I'm not even sure whether this will ever align. Yes, we are encouraged to share and collaborate. Lots of meetings and committees are set up to collaborate. Sometimes I feel this is forced. We are an innovating organization and want to stay current, especially in terms of technology. But I don't think as individuals we are given much freedom to experiment. Sometimes you must stay in your lane and do things that you have been told. If it serves the organization, staff are pushed to take risks and advantage of opportunities. In an organization where there's so much hierarchy, the immediate line managers sometimes do not want to go against the grain, maybe fear of victimization. I think that if staff think that managers are just doing what they are told to do, even if it is not the right thing, then trust is lost. I don't think they allow us the space to even have those kind of conversations because they know how sensitive it is. And this was implication to conversations around shaping society, conversations around social tensions in the organization and inequalities in the organization. They don't realize the human resource that they have, and I don't think there's support enough. I've seen at times, in especially stressful situations, leaders lack emotional and cultural intelligence and can react without compassion and do not think wisely before speaking. Sometimes the organizations get stuck on focusing on the current way of doing things and not realize that we may need a new vision. Leaders in the organization have shown good critical thinking and problem-solving skills, especially in times of crisis management. But sometimes senior leaders have no definite solutions to problems experienced by individual departments and campuses, and line managers or middle management are expected to resolve these problems. We do not get any monetary incentives when we do get monetary incentives when we reach certain targets, but I believe these are not done equitably. Sometimes junior workers do most of the work and receive the least. Not to be funny, but I think like a do or die mentality. More like this change is coming, be prepared for it. The people I work with are quite receptive and embracing of change, but when they see this change does not benefit them, it is demotivating. Many changes are not a process and forced on employees. So based on that, I did the codes, I did the subcategories, and then the categories. And some of the main categories were creating a culture of shared visions and collaborations, motivating employees for improving, for promoting innovation, intellectual stimulation, and entrepreneurship, building trust through the display of courage, influence, and enabling employees to shape societies, demonstrating emotional and cultural intelligence, being agents of change to enable capacity of individuals, apply strategic and critical thinking to problem solving, and adapt to new situations, and giving recognition and rewards. Some of the key findings, and this is at a very high level, the HEI's vision is poorly communicated. Employees are not given a definite platform to share their vision for the institution. Most participants indicated that the organizational vision is not aligned to their individual vision. Collaboration is contrived rather than spontaneous. Most participants believe that the institution promoted digital innovation and stimulated intellectual creativity. However, mundane tasks that need to be performed daily stifles creativity. Employees also indicated that being forced to use technology provided by the organization is more bureaucratic in nature rather than innovative. Entrepreneurship is encouraged when it serves the institution, not the individual. A hierarchical culture perpetuated by the institution does not enable middle management to act with courage and influence and to do without fear what is right, creating an environment that is not conducive to build trust. The organizational culture and climate does not enable employees to freely discuss inequalities and social tension. Further to that, demonstrating cultural and emotional intelligence were individualistic. Some leaders were able to demonstrate this effectively, while others seemed to lack CQ and EQ. Line managers forced change onto employees as dictated by senior managers. Employers were not given the opportunity to embrace change and sometimes became resentful of change. Senior leadership are not effective agents of change. Line managers demonstrate the ability to think critically and act decisively to solve problems. However, sometimes decisions taken do not benefit individuals in the institution. New visions are not often explored since senior leaders are reluctant to change their strategic focus. Rewards and recognition, sorry, there's a mistake there, are not fairly given. Participants alluded to the assumption of nepotism when incentives and remarks are being given. And like I said, I'm not going to be very long. And to just conclude, because of time, I think, and this is a very encapsulated recommendation. HEIE leaderships must apply 4IR leadership competencies and embark upon reflective practice to transform HEIs to align with the current 4IR and impending 5IR landscape, and to ensure sustainability of the organization. Thank you, sir. I think I made it within the task.
Let us give once again a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alan Knight, for such an insightful presentation and for bringing the leadership into the center of 4IR, because the leadership is the one that should drive innovation in organizations, change, failures, and improvement. So thank you very much for bringing that into perspective, because we know that without leadership support, any change is likely to fail. Thank you very much. We'll have the next presenter, Moho Nkomo Heleng. Wosloli Nkomo Heleng. Wohopa. Yeah, namfundisa isilungu esikhundleni sokuthi nimfundisa ama-African languages. So, but thank you very much. You can come on stage and present.
I think he should have said, give that one a hand of applause. Come on the stage. Can we? My name is Nkamogeleng.
I know it's also spelled wrong, making it worse. Nkamreleng Boropa. Thank you. Actually, am I high? Thank you. Thanks. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I think this is the best time to present because everyone is full and paying full attention. So the University of South Africa has launched a research data repository where research people can upload their data when they're doing research. They upload their data. It's free storage, but obviously sharing is caring. It means you are open for other people to use your data, which is great, right? Because we all do research, all do our own data, and get our own data, and you don't even know if that's the first time you're getting that type of data. You might find that your research there's data available for that research if sharing is caring. So I must say that this study was done with secondary data, but not from other students. It's looking at universities, obviously, and as I'm going through, I will share some of the open data sources that people can use to do analytics and get more insights from old data. Nice, ne? So I'm looking at data management in universities, specifically UNISA, because it's just here. And I'll start with what data management is. Data management is just taking care of the data from the minute you collect it to the end, if you decide to end it. But today, just like UNISA, everybody knows that data is an asset. And if they started that repository for research, they do understand that it's an asset. But how does it look today? The collecting, organizing, storing, protecting, and using that data. Is it being used, the data that UNISA have? I want to show you what kind of data UNISA have. They have learner data, obviously. They have course and platform institutional data that you don't know about, maybe, hopefully. They have technological data, all these platforms that come together, how they're working. They also have external data sources, which is data that is created just because the institution exists. Like you find social media data, people creating groups for UNISA, and people on WhatsApp, on Telegram, other sources. There's so much. There's actually a study where people looked at UNISA data as big data. Obviously, according to the definition of what big data is, we can't classify it as big data, but UNISA has a lot of data. It has a lot. But if we look at how they're using that data, they're following a model that just replaces paper with technology, but everything is the same. What I mean is there's an input and there's an output, and that's how it works. It's a funnel. You get my information, you mark my script, you give me my data back to say you passed or not, and then it ends there. It doesn't go further than, so what? You have that data, that information that 50 students passed and 50 students failed. What are you going to do about it? Is there something done about it? And most institutions follow the same, because working with a lot of data can be very difficult. Just so I build a picture for you, these are some of the technologies that you find within UNISA and other institutions. You find a platform where students go and interact with the university, like LMS. My UNISA is built on that. Then you find student information. So the fact that UNISA knows that I'm a UNISA student, where that is stored. And then content management systems, all the content, data analytics and reporting. This one includes research, but also UNISA takes out a report every year, annual report, because the Department of Higher Education requires it too, I'm sure for other reasons as well. But that report, if you go to the UNISA press, you would find a report for each year. That report has information about student intakes, your staff, the ratio, even risk and finance and other things that you probably wouldn't want to go check, but maybe you might be interested in some. There is a lot of information. And finally, because of that report, information is being integrated and reported. But then, is it being used? Is the information being used? There's other platforms that for our data to be secure or to get other relational data, there's a lot of those platforms. Like social media, you have Invigilator app that came in, and you have Moodle, you have that other one where you don't plagiarize with. I forgot what. Yes, turn it in. You have a lot of sources of data that are linked to the institution. I took a phrase from Ngubane. He or she argues that the promise of... It's me. Is it you? Hey, that's good news. I'm sorry. Yes, yeah. Nice. Okay, inspiration. Eh? Now I know it's a she, Prof. Argued that the promise of global e-learning can only be realized if UNISA was to strive for a better understanding of teaching and learning in the context of previously disadvantaged space. And she was talking about the move from, obviously, paper to digital. Yeah. Yeah, so, and I know. And she was talking about if we are ready to move, if we are ready to go on. And obviously, there's a revolution, whether we're ready or not, we are moving, right? But I think this is an awareness of there's so much more to just moving. There's so much more outside digitizing. We can actually make it better. And we have the data to have a look if we are ready and how we can move. So this is the proposed, very summarized structure of how we can succeed. With all these platforms, we can have a view of what works and what doesn't work. And we continue with what works, we improve what doesn't work. We can also have analytics to help integrate different information so that we improve. We have learning data, we have student information. Each student that passes 300 and something thousand students at UNISA, we have that data. We can have a view of the student. What are they struggling with, and how we can improve, how we can even predict how many graduates are going to be there in the next 10 years, how we can predict if we are going to be producing as the same amount today as in 10 years. If you look at the information that's there, I talked about reports that come out every year from UNISA annually, and that it's for the Department of Higher Education. The Center for Higher Education has a repository for all that data, where you can analyze and look at each year how many students are enrolling in all the universities in South Africa, how many students, how many ratio of students to staff, and where do you find more staff and whatnot. And we can also see how many graduates or success, if it's increasing, decreasing, or it's just consistent. If we don't use the information that we have, then it would remain exactly the same. We would have just moved from paper to technology, and it doesn't matter how hard it was to move to technology, but if we're not improving, then it wouldn't be worth it. The struggle wouldn't be worth it. They say I must conclude. So I just summarized a few things that we can do here. For example, with the student performance and engagement, because we have social media data, we can do analysis on that to find out what actually students are crying about, what actually students are talking about, are students enrolling in the right courses, and then we can match that information with performance, which we have, the results, the completion rate, and then we link that. Why are students failing? Is it because they're enrolling in wrong courses? Is it because they're struggling with the information? Is it because of teaching? Because we have that context. We just have to merge it together to improve the other one. I included personalized learning. There's a lot actually written about personalized learning, but personalized learning is just using the information you have to update how you're teaching, whatever you're teaching. And because now we are e-learning, it's very easy to do so. And then retention and dropout prevention. I once enrolled in a degree where I passed really, really well. But besides that, I had to drop out because I didn't have money. So imagine if there was somebody who's checking that. Students who are doing really, really well and they just drop out. Why? And you can easily retain people just to get that data on this person is doing well. Definitely not because they're failing. So there's something that we can help this person, and that's student retention. Then faculty and staff efficiency, because the university is so big, it would be great to get the information about staff and then do decisions based on that. We have a ratio of students to staff. We have all the information. We have even staff talking about the university online. We have that information. We can grab that information, put it together, and improve that category. Research productivity, I think this UNISA beat me to it because now they have a repository. Now they just have to make sure that people who need to use that repository are using that repository. And you're all welcome. And then transparency and accountability, especially with cybersecurity. And when you integrate a lot of things, there's loopholes, and you would find those would need to be accommodated. And you know the student, you can track the student. If you don't see your student in front of you, you should be able to trace the student technologically, making sure that the person who's studying is the person who enrolled. The person who's passing is the person you actually enrolled. That should come together. And right now, my mom can write the exam, or my dad can write the exam if they look like me. Even if you have a camera, they should be able to have security that accommodate that. And lastly, strategic decision making. All the decisions should be backed up by analytics. That's the future, definitely. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Nkamogeleng Bohapa. Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation and meeting your source of information, sharing with your source of information the stage. I could see the excitement. Congratulations, both of you. Thank you very much. We are bringing on board a contentious issue, really enlightening us that data is the strategic asset in the institution, that the institution must use for analytics to make informed decisions, really even for conscientizing us about the platforms of data for accessibility, because researchers, as well as university staff and other stakeholders, need to gain access to data. Sometimes someone asks you a question about Turnitin, can you Turnitin my document? But the software is there. The person doesn't know, he's a student, he doesn't know that he or she has access to that. Thank you very much for bringing that to light and for bringing the strategy that it should be informed by data. Informed decisions are supposed to be grounded on data. I don't want to take much time. Otherwise, yes, it's a decorated presentation. We move to the next presenter. I think I won't strike. This one I won't strike is Daniel Mlambo. I think is Daniel Mlambo around? Not here. And then Miss Laposhia Mahlangu. I won't strike you with Uma Kotongwan. Thank you very much. You can take the stage.
Thank you, colleagues. Miss Laposhia Mahlangu is unable to come due to some serious issues that she's facing. Yeah, we're good. Yeah. So this paper actually is generated from part of her PhD study. Ms. Laposhia works here at UNISA, and she has an acquired disability, meaning that she was able-bodied all along, but now she has a progressive disability. So our work actually looks at, I will not take so much of your time with the story. You'll understand as you move. The presentation is centered on the problem related to transformational leadership, and of course how technology can be used to enhance leadership as now we are working online. The gap that exists currently is that there is little evidence of transformational leadership in most higher education institutions. As much as there are entities that are meant to promote transformation in leadership, there is little change from what used to happen in the past. If I can there are some points that I put here that came out from the results of the study that we did before. So the research objectives were to analyze the factors impacting organizational performance, to investigate suitable transformational leadership attributes, to conduct comparative analysis, and to identify challenges and barriers faced by this. And then the questions are there, the research questions that are guiding the study. What impact has transformational leadership had on organizational performance? To what extent has transformational leadership enhanced organizational performance? And so on and so on. So I just thought that it would be good. Unfortunately, when we were trying to look for African authors that talk about transformational leadership, we couldn't get them. Maybe it's due to the fact that I had not spoken to her in terms of the repository to say, can I find something of this type? But there is great interest in different definitions that actually talk about how you approach leadership. And I always find this very funny because I'm one of those leaders that you'd call, what? Freestyler? Yeah, shoot from the hip kind of leader. And it's more like personalized style and adaptive to what needs to happen. Of course, taking cognizance of what the strategy itself and the goals that are there within the department. But how you actually get to the end doesn't really matter as long as people feel that the space is supportive. However, Zachar and Johnson point to the paucity of empirical studies on transformational leadership in higher education, and also these authors propose the 3 models of leadership, which is transformational, transactional, and I think that's what we see in most cases, and then the passive avoidant. So the leadership, the transformational leadership is about being a positive role model, being caring, being nurturing, and that's what I would imagine, that though you know very well that things need to get done, but you need to make sure that also you lead by example. We've had cases where you have people that are leading research entities and they are not publishing. Like, how dare you? How do you come and talk about you become a leader of research and you yourself only have 2 papers? I think it's disrespect to people that are actually being led by such people. Equally, if you are leading teaching and learning, surely you should know everything about module design and assessment and everything. So unfortunately, when you come into higher education, because people have got into leadership in other ways than the ways where you start by, you progress into being a leader. You cannot become, I'm sorry to say this, a dean when you've never been a COD. You can't be a COD when you've never even led your own module and coordinated something, really. So these are just the things that actually we should be thinking about. Then again, it should be about clear goal setting, fair exchange of responsibilities and expectations, including rewards for good performance. And I think the most important thing that we should know within higher education, remember every position of leadership is, what do you say? It rotates within the department. So the way that we should be approaching leadership should really be transformational, because you are not there as a leader for life. So the way that you lead people means you'll expect them to also respond to you later on when they become your leader. So I don't want to go into the intricacies of these and that, but I just want to touch so that I can go to the end part of this, where we make recommendations, to say that there has been cases due to lack of transformation in this particular space of leadership. Because now people are working online, it's the most difficult thing when you call someone and you need information at 10 o'clock and they are not online. Like, you're asking yourself, fine then, if work starts at 7:45 to 4 and I call you at 10 or 10:30, where are you? What time are you working? Then, so in the case of UNISA, you'll call through Teams, someone is offline. You call through WhatsApp, someone is offline. You call through normal line, the 429 what, someone is not answering. Then you call on their cell phone, because obviously as a manager, you need to reach someone, and still there is no answer. Or when they answer, they'll tell you, I'm taking my child for swimming. Who did you tell that you were going for swimming? So the challenge that it poses for managers now that are managing through technology and all these technological affordances is, how then do you ensure that work is being done, and also you are being ethical in terms of the hours that you spend doing work? Then it goes further to the issue of now performance agreement and assessment, where we've had cases where people are intimidating leaders and demanding for high scores, because remember, you might not reach them throughout the year when it's time to get work done. But when it's time for performance assessment, they're available to come in and be assessed. And already they've put 4 and 5. In the case of UNISA, I don't know about others. Then you are asking yourself, fine, it's okay, justify this score. then that is where now you are told, I know where you live. That's what the research tells us, that there have been threats like that, that I know where your child goes to. I know the school where your child goes. So then it directly says to you, be careful, pass up. If you don't give me this score, you are going to be in trouble. And then there's even some respondents that spoke about even death threats, where they were told that, you know, if they don't let it remain like that, they will see what you know. Anyway, so these issues that are coming in of people wanting to be given these high scores during performance are actually causing a problem for the managers, but also causing problem for, I think, the whole thing of moderation. And I see people, nodding, because those that are in management know very well. Now the question is, as people that are talking transformation, how do we ensure that we capacitate our managers to know how to manage without being police? Because I think we want to manage for work to happen, for students to be supported, for publication to happen, for community engagement to happen. We don't want to be policing people. How do you do that, my colleague, through AI? How do you ensure that actually people are ethical and they are present at work doing what they're supposed to be doing? So also, another dynamic that came in, which was quite touching for us, was the issue of what people called lack of compassion that comes with managers. And here the example was, and I think it touches all of us, of how people lost their families, many of their families during COVID, and which I think in a way has caused some kind of emotional trauma. And it has actually affected the way they work. Sometimes you find that people are not coping. I think there's if I remember, in the conference that we had at Emperor's Palace, there's a presenter from psychology who said, actually there's a new illness that has come up of people are like unsettled. Because they didn't deal with the trauma of losing many people at once. And remember, the burials were also abnormal. You were burying only with 10 people, and it was just a mess. So the issue is that after COVID, do we actually think we have the same kind of workers that we had before COVID? And what kind of support do we have for them as Manda? There are certain things that are taken out of context. Instead of addressing issues of management and what, you are highlighting and elevating curtains. We know what has happened. And I think it actually makes people to be very scared to get into the leadership roles, because they are saying, am I also going to be embarrassed like that? Then the last other part was the issue of men. I thought that one was nice also, of men that felt that they were more likely to be criminals when they are managers, because whenever there's anything that needs to happen, apparently people come in and close the door and say, if you don't give me this score, I'm going to cry harassment. So how then do we make sure that when we are managing, we make sure that at least there's a responsibility from those that are managed to actually protect each other? She has left Urudo when she was talking about the self and the being, to say that in trying to get what I want, I should also want to protect you as a manager, because so you are also umuntu, you are a human being. Being a manager does not mean that I must then target you. It's actually a form of abuse. So managers feel that they are being targeted. So therefore we recommend that there's a need to design holistic, transformative dimensions. I think Dr. Bopape did mention the issue that the transformation dimensions were brought up, and I think resourcing was part of those. I would love to see what was in those dimensions, and you see how they can be incorporated, and on how to manage employees from a distance, and also through different digital platforms. As I'm ending, and then there's a need to redesign, don't worry, I'm done. Need to redesign KPAs and streamline them to avoid silos, and also avoid overwhelming employees with back-to-back meetings. I think you've seen, since we went online, everybody is booking you for a meeting. without checking if you are available. Like sometimes you find you are in 3 meetings at once. Now the question is, are you really working or you are just present? There's a theory that talks about being present, and it stresses that for someone to really engage and do their work well, they need to be fully focused. Now the question is, as we are managing our departments and the university, are we even looking at how we design the academic calendar so that we are not overwhelming people and, you know, making them to become like, we are not forced to multitask. But people even think it's a pride to say I'm multitasking. No, it's mismanagement. You just don't know how to plan. You are not multitasking. Then the last part is need to encourage collaborative performance agreements and assessments. So instead of me worrying about what Sindile is going to do so that at the end of the year, Sindile has done 1, 2, 3, let me come in with my team and say, this is our research project, and can you then assess us and agree on this particular project? And that is what is going to encourage collaboration instead of actually focusing on doing things individually. And then the last one is adapting to personalized performance support and management. And I thought that it was nice that also you talked about personalized stuff that comes in with the 4IR. So how then do you make sure that you can support me as a manager differently from the way that you support my other colleague? It doesn't have to be one size fits all. So those are the recommendations that we have. I think my colleague liked this picture and she said, I must put that we are the ones who are presenting. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ngubane, for such a magnificent, a wonderful presentation. Really, you are bringing contentious issues of online management, which is a new culture in institutions, really, whereby institutions are supposed to come up with a framework of capacitating those who are conducting, who are doing online leadership, and those who are subordinates in the process, in the online workspace process, which is a new culture linked with the 4th industrial revolution. Thank you very much. Your study is going to go a long way in enlightening institutions of higher learning on online leadership, because since COVID-19, everything has gone online, even in conventional universities that were not open distance and electronic learning institutions. They've gone online. Thank you very much. Let us give them a round of applause. I'm a giant. I'm an African giant, I don't need this. Let us take questions. I think there is a mic. Okay. 1, 2. Okay, we'll take the first round. We'll recognize others as they raise their hands.
Good afternoon once again. As I was listening and to the presentations, I had picked up one very critical commonality, is that data is essential for digital migration and how it's utilized. We recently had a discussion in terms of how does the 4IR impact the media space in the digital communication space, which leads to this question, Uguti. How does a verification happen with information? Yes, there is Tenedin, there is inputs of information. You can go to these verification apps. But what technology has not been able to achieve currently is the fact that somebody can just publish a paper, and by merely publishing it in maybe one specific academic website, these apps can overlook the the validity of the information. This has happened with America when it had the origins of COVID-19, Asia, and how it did that whole thing. There was literally information that was later proven about, I think, a year later, with that particular research by I forgot what they call the medical ministry in the United States, was actually false. And it's that type of thing that I want to find out, is that how do we ensure validity of information? If it goes out there and it just takes one publication in some academic website or some recognized platform, for that information to be overlooked by these verification apps or websites or technology spaces. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I think the direct question is going to be, guys, also, please, the phobia of transformation. Hello. We forgot about that one. Us in our office, we coined it, the other one, the phobia of technology. I think they said it's going to be techies phobia. Yeah. So, okay. Yeah, I think my question also echoes the first question. Good, yeah. Also, which means now with the transformation, we're going to also have lectures like ChatGPT or faculty of ChatGPT. Are we going to wear the conscious head, of Grade Plus technology? Yeah, in regards with the publication of books, books which are drafted online, we worried Guti, they could be also be copied, drafted online. How gonna we coin for how gonna we vision not a dream, we vision opportunities and challenges. Yeah, we still vision Guti student can still afford education with just paying with single coin. Yeah, and thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thanks, Prof. Good afternoon. I just wanted to ask, maybe it could be directed to Ngamagelang, but of course the entire panel could answer. Just piggybacking on ChatGPT, is that in the ways in which the data, where students are using AI to then do their work, to what extent is the repository able to detect that, and how then does that become useful, or how does that aid academics to be able to ascertain whether students are doing their own work and critical thinking is happening, or if their work is being written by AI softwares? Thanks.
Thank you very much. There is no one. Thank you very much. There is no one. So we will start with the first question is on data management. I think you are writing the questions. Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the questions. So on the validity, and I think the questions are interlinked, on the validity of information. So the repository stores raw data as well. Like I interviewed, or these are the people I interviewed, or these are the number of students in this class, and or a case, whatever it is that you want to upload. But I think for now, the validating still sits with institutions. And there's now even journals that that journal is good because they do validate. You have to send your data, and and in the case of ChatGPT, so firstly, ChatGPT currently has bias, still very easy to detect a South African writing with ChatGPT, because the data that's fed into ChatGPT, probably like 80%, I'm just guessing, it's not African. So you can read that, ooh, your English is very, but again, it has bias against or African information. So if you ask it a lot of the time, it will tell you that it doesn't have information past 2021, or it makes up something. And people don't know that it actually does make up something. If you ask it the same question over and over again, it makes up something. And sometimes you would think that ChatGPT helped you write a really nice thing, and then you find out that it's actually nonsense. There's apps that you can use to identify, AI written work. Obviously, the more apps that they produce, the better the AI, and it's like having an issue with stealing cars, and you improve the keys, and some other genius finds a way to steal the car with improved keys. You'll always have a problem of integrity. But there are apps that you can check and validate, and there's also bias. And also, they say that you can ask AI to cook the chicken, but it won't cook the chicken. So the packaging of what you're presenting, you will see when it's original, if you're looking for originality. I think it covered the ChatGPT and validation of information.
Chair, if I may, there was a question before the break. I'll just answer it very quickly. Regarding in case institutions are not actually taking care of the students or staff with disability. I know I'm always controversial, but I've always asked whenever I work with people with disabilities, why are they not angry? Why are they not angry enough? And I'll tell you why. The LGBTQ plus group came after disability. And because they were angry enough, they managed to take over. And whenever people are designing anything, they think about them before disability. So what I'm saying is that you need to do more self-advocacy, but also when you look at the American Disability Act, it actually makes non-provision of disability services a crime. So I have spoken to some people that are doing law within South Africa, and we are working on that, of criminalizing non-provision of disability services. But remember, you can have the law. You need to go and report and put the case in. Just like with rape, the law is there, but if the person that was violated does not report, there's nothing we can do. So we as a university, through community engagement, we are trying to get to the level of ADA where we criminalize non-provision. And we hope that you as the disability community, including you, my sister, will actually be able to use that to actually claim your rights for provision and provision of your rights. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ngubane. I think such a law is going to help a lot. We will be very happy to see the law being enacted to protect, to enforce that. And thank you very much for the ChatGPT. I think as academics, it is a contentious issue because it is making our children zombies. It will kill our communities. There was a question as well on technophobia. I think the two, yes, I think even Dr. Ngubane presented about online leadership, and the people are not online, they are disconnected. I think the two of you can briefly highlight on that.
Thank you, Chair. So I don't know what I couldn't really get your question, but not a problem. Recently, I've also did a study about learning technologies, and when we're talking about, I like your contrived term, techies phobia, you used. I like that. I think it's going to become a very used word. But I have to say, you know, in my experience and leading organizations, leading educational organizations, and in this landscape of 4IR, I mean, 4IR is actually moving so fast that it's impending 5IR. Technophobia, in my opinion, and through my experience, is actually caused by it comes about from the way that organizations is implementing, executing, and monitoring the use of technology. This is being created. It's something like I said in my discussion, when you force a technology onto a person, use this technology. You cannot innovate. You cannot use whatever LMSs you want to, whatever systems. I mean, Missy has alluded to so many of those systems which has data. But when you use this system, then it becomes more bureaucratic in nature rather than innovative. And that's what's happening. One of the big things we found out in the other study was technology fit for purpose. It has to be fit for purpose. Technology can't be just used as a resource anymore. It has to be integrated seamlessly into what you're doing. And especially with higher education institutions in which we find ourselves in, it's very pervasive. But it needs to be used in such a way that it optimizes students' experiences, optimizes student learning. And not just as almost, you know, if you look at if I get this acronym right, the SAMR model that technology uses. You substitute, then you adapt, modify, and redesign. If it's used in that manner, then it's just going to stick to the level of substitution. Instead of writing on the board, you're presenting a slide. So you're not integrating seamlessly to improve education. I just wanted to say one, ma'am, if I may, about ChatGPT. You know, it simulates information and knowledge. So, I mean, it's called artificial intelligence for a reason. And I don't know. I just feel in time we as human beings will realize the operative word is artificial. Because it's not our own intelligence. It doesn't promote critical thinking. And like we said, you know, it comes from a very westernized platform. And if we write, and the way our thinking manifests itself in the questions we ask, it's not going to give us the answers. And we often detect that in writing of essays and things of our students. That's how we know. I once said to ChatGPT, write a story about L.A. Naidu. It simulated information. So talking about data and Popia and things, and can you verify, is our data safe out there? I don't know, I'm sure you know more than me about that. But it simulated information about me in microseconds and was able to write a story. I felt like somebody was reading my tarot cards. So, yeah, I don't know if that answers your question, sir.
Mina, you know, technophobia is two things. It's either it's all that they've mentioned, but also what we don't realize is that there are people also that are just plain digital illiterate. So not that they are being rude, and that is why we recommended that there has to be personalized management, where I do understand that so and so they just don't know how to use technology. Now, as a manager, how do you give a person tasks that they can do and then be able to come in through the support of fellow colleagues and come in and actually be able to do their work without being heavily online? That is the challenge that actually we should be talking about. And then lastly, as a university, part of management is that they should be thinking of reskilling people. We have a lot of people that were busy before COVID. They were organizing coffee and drinks and what. Now they are working from home. What are they doing? And meanwhile, we are working now. They are earning throughout. Nobody is talking about that. It will be an injustice later on if someone says they've not been working, because we as the managers should be thinking of how to repurpose and redesign their job descriptions actually to fit the after COVID and the working online mode. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentations that resonate with our daily lived experiences. Before I relinquish the powers vested in me, let us once again give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. Let me call Prof. Popape. Not yet, Prof. Is the anointing by an African to give us reflections and the way forward. Definitely, we are already almost there, if not yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Program Director. Indeed, I'll be a prof one day, I think. My job is simple, colleagues, is just to say, after 3 days of being in this space, I have learned so much, and I hope you too learned a lot from this particular engagement. As the theme of the conference stated, we are in here to reflect on the past in order to plot what we need to do going forward. Colleagues, if you recall, we started by celebrating the fact that we are in this institution, the mother and the grandmother of all universities, which is celebrating 150 years. If you recall, we also share a cake because we were celebrating the establishment of the department that was responsible for organizing this particular conference. We recognize there and there that while celebrating the 150 years and the establishment of the department responsible for organizing this, we are cognizant of the fact that the university itself has been established as a colonial and apartheid project to further the project of colonialism and apartheid. And we felt, despite this legacy, it is good that we should celebrate this university and the department. Colleagues, if you recall, as I indicated, on the first day, we spoke about someone who assessed transformation within the higher education sector, if you recall, Professor Adrian Kiet, who gave us an indication of how far we are in transforming the higher education sector. He indicated, as if you recall, that he was at one stage or another the chair of the Ministerial Oversight Committee responsible to advise the minister on the progress that has been made in transforming the institution. We also learned from Professor Maake, who talked to us about the models that he was proposing relating to the models that he was of the view that if they were implemented correctly, might speed up the process of transformation within the higher education sector. Who can forget, colleagues, the discussion by Professor Hlabangan, who spoke really passionately about the impact of the so-called corporate and entrepreneurial university. Due to the adoption of the neoliberal agenda, we are in this space of the corporate and entrepreneurial university, which I think is killing the whole notion of an academic project. You'll recall, colleagues, we interviewed authors, my former colleague and my friend, Professor Kakata, and a colleague. We also interviewed Professor Hugo yesterday. The intention was really to begin that process of excavating knowledge that is not known. Very critical as part and parcel of transforming scholarship, as indicated. Colleagues, we also spoke about the impact of gender discrimination, where we had papers relating to what is happening in terms of student access and student success, enrollment in particular relating to gender within the higher education sector. We ended the first day, by focusing solely on curriculum transformation. That was very interesting, where we spoke about decolonization, Africanization, and whether it is possible to implement those concepts, decolonization, Africanization, within the corporate university. We said so, it was impossible. You'll recall, colleagues, that we had yesterday, the last day, the first day, we had a very interesting presentation by Ntateli Tswalo around the rhetoric of transformation, but there is no transformation taking place with it. I think that was very crucial, and we need to think about it going forward. Today, we started by talking about the systems that have been put in place to assist in the transformation project. You'll recall, colleagues, that we started by listening to George, who is a former chairperson of the Transformation Managers Forum, talking about what is the role of this Transformation Managers Forum and what it has done in driving transformation across the sector. We also spoke about other systems, other processes like governance processes, the transformation offices, and all the rest. How can we forget the discussion prior to this one, where we really focus on kho within the higher education sector, the main item impeding the transformation within the university. I call it kho because it is something that is impeding the transformation of the higher education sector, but there is no consensus around what it is and its manifestation and how to identify it. That was institutional culture. Very important, but unfortunately there's no consensus on what it is. We talk about it, but we don't seem to know what it is and how it manifests itself. But we know it's a threat to the whole notion of transformation within the sector. And now we've just spoken about the notion of fourth industrial revolution and the impact of COVID. Thank you to the speakers who spoke about this. But I want to refer to a very interesting article, I think, written by what I regard as a scholar in higher education transformation, Professor Salim Badad, who wrote an article, I think, last year or year before last, when he was responding to Professor Marwala around, while we accept that fourth industrial revolution will determine the future of us, but we shouldn't create the impression that it is the only thing that will drive transformation within the education system. We are human beings, isn't it? We can deal with fourth industrial revolution because whether we like it or not, fourth industrial revolution has got its weaknesses, because you can ask the question, who are those that are benefiting from who in terms of race, gender, location, and everything else? Unfortunately, it is reproducing those inequalities, and we need to be conscious of those inequalities that are being reproduced by fourth industrial revolution. Going forward, what then do we need to do? My view, and I guess colleagues, while you were engaging the organizers of the conference, you were requested to submit your papers. I think as we go away after this conference, please finalize your paper and please send it. I think it was said, please send it to the number that will be given in due course. The intention is to make sure that either we publish in a special journal or we publish a book, but work on your paper, finalize it. In due course, we'll be giving you instruction on what to do. I think it will be good that all the papers that have been presented here are published in a special journal, or in a book. Those that presented last year, the book is about to be printed. Indeed, I think we are working on ensuring that what we did in here end up being an output, a research output, not for money's sake, but for the sake of ensuring that we participate in the scholarship of transformation and transformation of scholarship. Program Director, thank you very much. As you go, we really appreciate your presence. But why do I complete this discussion by not saying thank you to people who have been working behind the scene? My colleague out there from DLT, they've worked so hard to make this conference what it is, and I think, colleagues, they deserve. But I also think it is prudent on me to say thank you to the colleagues there who have ensuring that we are out there, people are able to engage with us. They are also online. Thank you, colleagues. And for each one of you for really gracing this conference. We appreciate it. And please come back next year. We'll organize a bigger one than this one. Thank you very much, Program Director.
So we close.
Yeah.
We close now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Bopape, thank you very much. According to my culture, my induna seyikhulumile akekho omunye umuntu akhulume futhi ngakho siyayivala siyabonga. Oh, okay, sorry.
I've been instructed, if you so wish, colleagues, those that are interested, we need a group photo. If you so wish, please come over here, colleagues. Let's take a group photo for our archives.